Let's have a look. It says...
Oh my watch.
Ooh.
Big telly screen.
Yeah. Wait, go. Buster.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos.
No, it's gotta be you.
We are the agents of
It's
the
not a new
logos. We will
account.
watch
Guess what that is?
And we are
We will watch
live.
it all.
Welcome everybody. It is Tuesday night, Logic night. Just got a bit of a thing going on. We need to sort DP out with a wrench. Oh, is that your old account? You've got it back?
I can't believe you've got it back. That's amazing.
Oh, look at that. Original DP?
Nice.
That's
OG.
mad, isn't it?
OG.
And do you know what I did?
Go on.
With my new computer, all I did is logged in to Google and it logged me in on that account.
Beautiful. Well,
And
look
I've
at
got-
that.
just
How
got
good's
everything
that?
back.
Original OG DP back again on the PC. See, he told you. Emma's been telling you, get a pooter. Look at that. Sorry.
Emma says lots of things.
Yeah, we've only just found that out, so welcome everybody. It is Logic Night, and since we're going back to the trivium and the beginnings of it all, we have to try and simplify it. So tonight it's logic simplified. Quite simple. We'll go over all the logic that we can, try and simplify it, and try and put it to a use that how we can use logic. I thought I've just got some clips. I thought I'd get this. This is comments that I've just recently got on the YouTube. This is Bebby, obviously, the globlogician, the globgician. It's not very good, but anytime he wants to come, let's come on in, come to the Discord, click that link, Betty, you know where it is, and come, we'll have a chat. But he says, these are some comments. He likes quoting me. He's I think he's going to do a biography or something of me. So I said last night that they have no other way of defining level other than just saying it's not horizontal. Because that's what they do say. Like I say level is horizontal, definitely, provably, mathematically, geometrically, and in reality. Straight line. Just a simple fact. And he says that's completely untrue. And then here's his definition. He says, try. A level surface is the continuous surface parallel to the mean spheroid of the Earth. Now, I'm not too sure what people understand about parallel, but there is only a definition of parallel straight lines. There's no such thing as a parallel curve, because all you'd have is concentric circles, and each of those curves has a different radius value. So they're not the same thing. It's not similar. You can't say parallel circles or parallel curves. It just doesn't work. There's no definition for it. So when he says try, a level surface is the continuous surface parallel to the mean spheroid of the Earth, that means nothing. It's what Buster would term a vacuous truth. It has no meaning. Quite simply, it can be dismissed as loads of rubbish. And then he says, or, here's another one, or try, a level surface is defined as a curved surface which at each point is perpendicular to the direction of gravity at the point. You can't have perpendicular to a point. Perpendicular is two straight lines opposing each other at right angles. I mean, another vacuous truth, a non-argument. It's a statement to nothing. It doesn't mean anything. The words he uses, which at each point is perpendicular to the gravity at the point. So he's got points perpendicular to points. As if there's such a fucking thing. But people get fooled by this. People get fooled by these statements made by people. I mean, Beddy's a well-spoken gent. I think he's RPing. Shout out to the RPers.
He's
Yeah.
also a lover of Euclid.
Yeah. Here is something that I think all we lovers of Euclid can agree on.
I was going to ask him how old he was, but I think it might just go over his head.
If a series of markers lie in a straight line, and if my eye, there's lots of ifs this minute. If a series of markers lie in a straight line, and if my eye lies on the same straight line, then the nearest marker will obstruct the view of all of the other markers. Beb, do you agree with that? Yeah, if you line them all up, dead straight line. Dead straight lines. It's another Buster track. Shout out Buster, world's famous. Yeah, ready? That's the globgician. There is no logic for the globe.
Something's gone wrong with the wrench.
Let me have a go. Sorry, people. I'll be with you in a minute. I can't do two things at once. There you go.
Don't panic about my ring.
How's that? Try that now. Go on. Give us a post.
Yay! There we go. Look.
Right.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. So, the idea tonight is to simplify the logical argument. Now, when I came to this, obviously we went over it last night, sat in the dinghy on Bedford Canal. Yeah, the Bedford Canal. My son with the camera 8 inches above the water, just like Robotham did, wondering, what the fuck are these flat earthers doing? What are they doing? Having a good time though, having a chat with them. Wondering what, the visuals of all of that. But the argument came very soon after that with Spot On. Spot On was my sounding board. He's just a regular bloke, and we both had the similar sort of things. Now I thought I didn't know what was going on either, because I was trying to get my footings in everything that was going on, and Spot On was also doing the similar sort of thing. But we found each other, and with Emma as well at the same time. Emma completely different for a completely different reason, but very similar for the logic behind it and the understanding of trying to work out what's going on. Not just in the community or anything, but in reality, right? It's the social things that are going on at the minute. It's mental. It's crazy. So we've all been here and trying to simplify the argument. Now, in the particular argument that I came in with was wondering why... Oh, shout out, Betty. The logical argument to simplify it all was based around level. Is level a straight line, or is it a curve? Now, we know that there's only proof for the straight line level. You can't have a proof of a curve. Don't even have an understanding of what a curve is. Most people can't even define a curve. No, most people haven't ever even been thought about asking themselves how to define a curve. The two normals. Perpendiculars. The perpendiculars would be parallel to each other. So the perpendiculars, the straight lines would be parallel, Betty. Not the curves. The straight lines. That's ridiculous. That is silly. You could have a big, massive circle and a tiny one. And if you're so-called normals, if we get the counter, webcam. Oh, I've been messing about with me thing. Oh, wait a minute. Webcam. Put the webcam open. Let me get a circle and show Betty how fucking ridiculous that is. before we start with the logic. So, light on. Sorry, I've lost my pens. You guys, you'll have to deal without it. I'm only going to do this quick. Right, this is Betty. Betty says the circles are have the same normals, so we put a circle here with that normal. See that? And then we'll put that one there. Similar normal. Would you say that this curve here is parallel to this curve here on the circle? See this little curve here? Two parallels, according to Betty, they'd both be curves. Those curves of this curve here and this curve of this little circle here, they're both parallel because the normal are parallel. Betty, you're ridiculous. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Letting Betty speak for you. Come on, Globers, do you have no respect for yourself? Perpendicular is two straight lines. Yeah, of course it is, Eddie. Definition 10 in Euclid. You're a Euclid lover. You've admitted to it tonight. So, anyway, forget about that. Back to the simplicity of the argument. The argument always, from us not being flat earthers, is that just that level is horizontal in reality. That's all we've said. And we're not particularly bothered about the shape of the earth or anything. We know how elevations are measured. And we just have a simple statement that level is horizontal. Now we've got a test that you can do all of that sort of stuff. So is level horizontal or is it curved? Well, there's a few ways you can go about that. But very simply, Spot On and I said the only way you can do this, the only way, because surveying has mountains with ups and downs, and the only way you can do it is in the water, which is where the original next level modus tollens comes in. A very simple statement, but that came around on the back of the Black Swan. I'm not saying on the back of the Black Swan, but it came around about the same sort of time. And we were chatting about it, you know, when it first came out, that Christmas time. It was there was rumblings in the before that, and when it came out, I said initially, it's a bit complicated. It's a bit wordy. I'm not so sure people will understand it. It can be simplified further. In the logic always behind logic is the understanding to simplify. That's why we mainly say advanced simplicity, to try and simplify things to its most base point. And so the Black Swan, as most people might know, is a black swan. It's an argument. It's seeing one black swan negates the chance of all swans being white. So first off, within that argument, I don't want to get too far into that. I'll come back to that. Remind me to come back to that. We will have a look at the black swan later. But I want to get more necessarily back to the logic and the base of how simplified it can be. So we came with a statement that level is horizontal. Notice that made a reaction for people. It seemed like a strange reaction, but it spurred us on to look into it more. I don't know how many other people would have done that. It takes a very strange set of circumstances to occur that enable us to be able to look into this like this in a simple way. Now, both Spot On and I have practical. We've got experience working with levels, and one of the surprising things of all of the questions that we ask people is, have you ever worked with levels? And the majority is no. We've never had used to. And when they do think of levels, most people just think of a spirit level. It's the stick, 3 foot, maybe 1 foot, maybe little float levels, maybe a bigger one, 3 foot, 4 foot. Maybe somebody's had experience of a 6 foot level, but not one person seems to really understand the idea of what a water level is. And again, that's the most simplified way, I think, you can relate reality to geometry in a logical sense. The two ends of a water level are the 2 points at each end of a line. Now, what you have to say is a straight line would be the shortest distance between those 2 points. That's a straight line. Now, what you have to then imagine is, what would the water do in between? Because it's obvious that each end of that water level will both be on the same height, with one not higher nor lower than the other. That's what a water level would do. So you've got water levels. Yeah, Greg, is that Bubba? That's we've got 400 meter water levels. So specifically for doing this test, just like that. Beautiful DP. Look at that. That's just on the PC, right? DP's getting a look at that. Water levels. So the idea is thinking, is there a hump in the middle? Because it's obvious there is no drop of either end. Just because you walk from one end to the other doesn't mean that the end of the water level drops. It's not. Water level isn't relative to your position. Neither of them care. Any of the water level doesn't care about where you are, where you're stood, where you imagine a horizontal to be. It would just be straight across, horizontal, water level. And any point on that water level in between those 2 points, I say, would be on the same horizontal. As in, i.e., the law of communicating vessels. We've not mentioned much about that, but... So the simplified argument would be willing to take Emma's and go away from her, but if this is a bit triggering, be careful, calm yourself. If the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. Static liquid water must curve. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, not Q. Not Q, therefore not P. Everybody knows that. Logic. Simple argument. Triggering for some that really it matters to, but I'm guessing if the actual argument and the statements of truth come and ring true, then the argument about the shape of the Earth, I mean, I only do that, Greg, and only do that because it triggers people. I mean, that is the reaction. People have to deal with that as a cog dis response. Like, how do people deal with that? And that's how we find how people like Betty, I mean, it can be really triggering to some people, but only if you love the globe. I mean, but once you look into the globe, there's nothing there. It's built on nothings, non-arguments. So tonight we're going over the black swan, I think, logic, and how to simplify an argument, simplify logic. And if the argument is like the people getting triggered about the most, the shape of the Earth, then we all know that it's not flat. Simple. Dead easy to see. Mountains, valleys, ups and downs. That negates flatness. Flatness is like a visual signifier. Everybody knows what flat is. Like a window, glass would be classed or termed as flat, even though there could be flecks in it. But it's just visual. You can't, it's not, you obviously, because nothing is 2D in reality, everything is 3D. So then technically there is no flat. It doesn't exist. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the general term flat. So it's a visual, to me, visual surface signifier. It's great. So it not being flat is something I think everyone can agree on. So go away from that, then we work to, like we said, we spot on early at the beginning. You have to go to the surface of the water. And the only thing that you have for the surface of the water, you can't go to oceans. You can't go to that because you've got tides. Obviously not flat. Waves, ups and downs, not flat. You could take a mean, but taking a mean just means finding a 0 point that you can then work from, knowing that it does go above that and it does go below that. It's just a mean, it's an average of all of those points. So the only thing you can go off is the surface of static water. I think that's the only thing that is the conversation. If you want to simplify an argument, that's where you have to go. I mean, it's no good looking at lights in the sky. That's not going to sort anything like that sort of a thing out for you. And if you want to talk about shape, then you have to involve geometry. And the very fact that you start using geometry means that you are tied to using logic. Logic forms the geometry. Then, in order for you to have a firm understanding of logic, you need to know what the words that you are using within your argument. That's where we're going with the trivium, the grammar, logic, rhetoric. So we start with the grammar, but that's Ravens. Tonight is Tuesday night, logic night. So we have to go over the logic and to simplify the argument. Now, the argument would be around the term level. Simple term, one word that has meaning. It just depends on what that meaning is to anyone. Simple argument. Is level horizontal? I say yes. Other people say no. That's it. Simple. Anybody wants to come and see our argument, and they can. We'll try and go over the simplifying of the argument. Just using this. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're using logic at the minute to simplify an argument to its base level. Now, if that upsets people about whether they think the shape of something means something, or it doesn't really matter. To me, we're just simply talking about simplifying a logical argument to its base components. And seeing as we are using, going into the trivium, the understanding of the one word level is what we sort of base everything on. I don't think you could get any more simple as to base around an argument around a word. Now, loads of people, level is horizontal. Yes, Betty. Do you have an argument about something different than that? Even you say it's perpendicular. So that's geometrically the only way the perpendiculars work. It's silly. Betty's going to try and say that if you define it one way, it can be one thing, and if you define it another way, it can be something else. Well, nowhere is level defined as being curved. Actually defined. Unless you've found some ancient holy text of McToonery over there somewhere, or maybe somebody's done a word search over the internet for curved level. But gives us chance to simplify an argument to its base. Come in and have a chat, Betty. You're the globe logician, the great logician. You've been doing teaching. Just come on in, have a chat, because we can all learn from everybody talking about logic, and we're talking about the simplicity of it, Betty. That's all we're after. Trying to simplify an argument using as simple as we can. We quoted. We, as you're in a group, are you, Betty?
Well, they are in a group. They're in a group that's also a cult.
Yeah.
Because because we talked about this before the show began. If you're outside of this arena, just any normal person out there, I always use this example, somebody that's building a deck onto the back of their house, or they're building a set of stairs, or whatever the case is, where they might use a level, whether it's a spirit level or a water level or whatnot, and you ask them, especially if they knew how a water level worked, and you ask them, this is a level, it's a water level, clearly level on both sides, go out as long as you like, right? Is that level? Yes, you can see that both sides, both ends are the same. That means it's level. Okay, great. Then is that horizontal? How many people outside of this arena are going to say no?
None.
Yeah.
None. It's only those people. Now, we'll see what the YouTube chat says, but I'm sure there's going to, oh, how uneducated. Yes, and people don't really think about this. But that's where they have to go, right? Your normal, simple inclination is to look at it in its simplest form of logic. That thing is telling me it's straight, looks level to me on the water level, especially if I understand what a water level is. That's a straight line. Level is horizontal. It's clearly horizontal.
I'd like to add to that. You can make a horizontal line with any man-made tool that you want. The way to check it is to use a water level tool. And
Correct.
if you find it off, then go buy the water level tool, because you've made the human has made a mistake. Nature won't make a mistake.
Perfectly said, Rikia. But it's only here in this arena that we get away from that simple logic, because there's a religion at stake. There's zealotry at stake. Has to be. It's what I wrote in the YouTube chat. It's their Lord and Savior. It has to be, because their world would shatter literally otherwise.
Yeah. The logic, like I've said for quite a while, and the reason why Betty won't come in, because there is no logic on the globe. It's not allowed. The best response is to not think about it, and it does get triggering at times when people show you these cog-dis things. Now, I understand that for most people to shy away, and it's hard for them to look away as well. It's like a car wreck. You don't really want to look, but they have to, and they get triggered by it. Like Betty's showing here now. I mean, he might be quoting all of these bits tomorrow. He might even start quoting them tonight. Staying up late watching them. Thanks for watching, Betty. Did you see yesterday about the Bedford? That was good yesterday. So this is off the back of that. The idea that simplifying a logical argument about where the water goes in the distance, do you think it drops? Do you think it humps before it then drops to end up at the same level as what it was when it started off? Because it does sound ridiculous to think that there's a drop somewhere. But on the flip side of it, if there's no drop, then isn't it just as ridiculous to say that there's a rise? The logical, any sane, logical thinking person would say, well, okay, the water is horizontal, but acceptable paradox. It is globe, but the water is, it's provably horizontal. It has to be.
Yep, as long as you don't tie those two things together, that has to be horizontal, but yet you have a model in your head, then you won't experience cog-dis. The minute you get those two things in your head at the same time, diletheism. Has to be.
I'm gonna try a thing now, Emma. Let us know what this is. Got a little tiny buster clip. See whether you can hear this. Let us know what it sounds like, chat.
We will watch it burn.
Keep talking.
We will watch it all come tumbling
Is it too
down.
loud? Is it alright? Because we've got some other things planned. It might take a few minutes, seconds, maybe. I don't know. I don't know whether we're super fast speed now. Did it come through? Did you hear a little bit of a buster? We will watch it burn.
Yes.
Was it loud?
It took a while to catch up.
Yeah.
It was fine, yeah, it was loud.
That's good volumes, that. Let me have a look at what we've got. Yeah, that's about 2/3 volume. I'll save the other one then for when it's needed. It's not going to be needed tonight, I don't think. But I'll get a few more of those. Surveying manuals are not definitional. Yes, Betty. If you want definitions of things, you know where you go. And usually a dictionary. But, I mean, is that the way surveying manuals are laid out? Definitions at the beginning, a bit like a logical progression, an axiomatic thing? I don't think they are. I don't think the definitions are at the beginning of it. I think they're just some strange things you found over at McToon's, to be honest. Or some section 33 stuff. You wouldn't get it. You come in and have a chat. We'll tell you all about it off air. There's some things that have to be kept just between us. Tricks of the trade, let's say. Betty's trying to use definitions from surveying manuals for knowing what level is. Like every dictionary says that level is horizontal. So Betty's just bypassing all of those. They don't work. That's no good. We're not having that, says Betty. We don't go to dictionaries. We're highly specialised people over here in the Discord logic place. We don't use definitions from dictionaries like the normal people. Oh no, not really. Not in these Discord chats. Level is horizontal in any dictionary. Check it for yourself. If you don't believe me, go and have a look. Just type it. Type it up. Google it, as we say. See if you can find level not being horizontal. And would one outweigh the other? If you could find a definition that somebody's wrote down in maybe on McToon's website, maybe that's where you've got it from. I mean, would that outweigh the entirety of all the dictionary definitions that have ever said about level being horizontal? Maybe. I don't know. It's up to you. What do you think? Does the globe and the need for globe outweigh basic definitions of things?
It outweighs everything.
Yeah,
it outweighs everything.
The need for globe is a ridiculous thing. I don't have a need for it. I don't have a need for flat. I do not have a need for anything other than truth. I want people to be honest about things. We can have a discussion. Anyone can have a discussion about anything. I don't see why anybody should be forced into any position at all. If you want to call it fence sitting, that's fine. But I mean, I'm definitely not sitting on a fence as far as level is concerned. I would stand firmly on the horizontal side. It's very simple. But as to how we use logic and the simplifying of logic and the use of logic, it is basically a formulation of an argument. An argument is basically a statement built upon a premise that you can end up coming to a conclusion, a definite conclusion. And the argument is the way you formulate that logical statement. Now, that logical statement can be anything, but you have to, step one, get your words right, as in, i.e., mind your P's and Q's. It was one of the first statements that was ever mentioned. Emma says, mind your P's and Q's. I wonder if we can get that. Let me see if I can get a quick one out. I don't know. We're still getting used to my new PC, so please bear with me while I try and find where I've put the pictures. And this was one of the things. Oh, not there. Mind, what? Oh, I've got a. Emma says mind your P's and Q's, but I can't find the old picture. The original one, because takes it back to the Black Swan t-shirt memes. That was the first idea for something to be put on a t-shirt. Can you remember that, Emma? I can remember. QE was making Black Swan t-shirts and he wanted everyone to buy one. And I think, Emma, you said weren't you the first one to buy a Black Swan t-shirt? I think you might have been. Did you? I think it'd be embarrassing, Emma, but
yeah, don't tell everybody that, but yes, I did.
Were you the first? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Emma was the first. And at that time, we said that we could have an Emma with a mind your P's and Q's. There you go. That's it. Look at it. Emma says,
no, we don't need that.
Mind your P's and Q's. That's how future Emma was in, right? Mind your P's and Q's. For that meaning, if P, then Q, right? You have to mind all of the words that go into the formulation of your P, premise, and Q, your conclusions. You have to mind it. Got to make sure the meanings of the words and the content of what you are talking about is absolutely clear. Otherwise, you can be speaking in cross purposes. You end up with paralogisms, people going off at tangents, still thinking they're talking about the same thing, but they're not. It's very confusing, and it's especially more so confusing when people are typing, let's say, commenting, text commenting, arguing from a text point of view. And what they're doing is they're misconstruing and misunderstanding statements that are made, just comments that people make. And they say, oh, you're trying to... No, nobody's trying to say anything. We're just trying to have a conversation about very simple stuff and formulating the best arguments we can, so we can speak with the most clarity to each other. That's all we're after doing. That's all we're after doing. And yet, everything gets mixed up. Now, I do have a video that I've queued up. Let me see whether I can give you guys. Oh, there you go. I know. Watch what you're doing. It is Bullet Bill. Sorry about that. I might actually get a chance to do that at the end of this. So, videos. Oh, what? Oh, no, it's there. Oop. Okay, now. There you go, check that out. Right, can you guys see that in Discord?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Bullet Bill. Now, this is a clip that I found, strangely enough. Logos gave me this, seeing as we were talking about simplifying an argument, and I think John asked me to go over the black swan. I went looking through me computer, the new computer. Thank you very much, people. And some files that end up being saved, and this was an old video, so I'll play this. It's titled Bob's Big Earth.
I mean, the thing is, it's like we don't worship maths. We just know it works, and it does. Like, you don't need to.
You worship math too. You worship math too when you go to the store and buy stuff.
I don't worship math. I just use it.
The thing is mathematics is a tool, just like a hammer or saw is to a carpenter. Math is a tool for engineers and scientists.
Yep. Or QE.
Maths is a tool for engineers and scientists, says some dude, random bloke.
Tool.
Oh, he's a tool. He's a big tool.
That's all it is. It's funny how they're just even maths.
He's a foil.
With. Hell.
Well, math is kryptonite to flirts. You know,
Maths is kryptonite to flirf, says some strange dude. Now listen to the justification for that statement.
I had somebody in my channel the other day come into the comments saying, ha 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 ha, black swan showed the radius of the Earth is 265,000 miles. Yep, it's still a sphere though, isn't it? That shut him up for a minute.
265,000 miles?
Yeah, for the radius of the Earth. Well, it's still a sphere. It has a radius, doesn't it?
Holy cow, that's a big Earth.
And then he said it was as big as the sun. Oh, really? How big is the sun? And then I said, okay, well, why don't you go ahead and just, teach me something here. Show me your math as to how you got to 265,000. Now, we'll pretend that I don't know you are saying that directly from QE and Nathan Oakley because I watched the show where they told you to say that. Mm-hmm. But we're going to say that's your idea. So go ahead and show me your math. Well, just plug the numbers in. No. You plug the numbers in and show me how to set the problem up. And I haven't heard anything back from them. I'm surprised.
I think this is...
Right, so there you go. There's the argument. Somebody makes the black swan, like he says, and says like, big Earth, massive, huge. And Bob's reply is, still a sphere though, isn't it? You said radius. Could be as big as the sun. Well, still a sphere, isn't it? That's the argument. The argument's progressed to how big the sphere is. I mean, Nathan Oakley, QE, Adam, have come up with an argument to say the rated R value is different. If you look optically at things, then R has to change. Well, Globe Gang say, well, it's still a sphere, isn't it? You still said R. So the simplicity of the argument is lost within, I don't know, globfuscation, just people obfuscating away from the simplicity of the logical argument. It's still a sphere, though. I'll be back again. Listen.
You know, I had somebody in my channel the other day come into the comments saying, ha, 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 ha. Black Swan showed the radius of the Earth is 265,000 miles. Yep, it's still a sphere, though, isn't it? That shut him up for a minute.
There you go. Big Earth. It's fine by Bob. It's still a sphere. Doesn't matter. No matter how big it is. It's just the fact that it's a sphere, and you know, if you want to do some calculations, you're working with a radius. So you're always working with the radius. Now, the fact you can't measure that radius is irrelevant to Bob. It's irrelevant to most people. Everybody's been asking for how you get it. There's no answer. It's never been measured. You can't measure it. You can't even measure the diameter because it's not real. It's not there. It doesn't exist. It only exists in your mind. And the moment you start thinking about it and applying logic to it, the entire model just disappears. It crumbles. And you have to then start somewhere. I mean, where do you start at that point? You have to start at the beginning for yourself. These shadow giants that have been given arguments and given people the understanding of things. Like Bob says in that clip. He says that QE and Nathan Oakley have given people that argument. Well, they haven't. It's there because it's a logical statement. You follow the logic of the black swan that QE's done. You come to that conclusion, right? It differs. The radius, their presumed radius of the Earth can change. That's what that particular black swan argument does. I'll go over it in a minute. But it quite clearly states, well, let's go over it. You don't need to look at that anymore. Stop streaming, right, okay. Is that a globe? This is a globe. Yeah, that should be "'tis globe," because that's what it looks like. He's saying, "'Tis globe." "'Tis globe." The Globesman. We've still got to have that as a picture show, a night out. I've got it saved somewhere. We'll go over it. Right. Okay. Agents Live. Here we go. It's if you guys want to have a look at it. Not that you need to. Most of you can probably recite it off by heart. I can't. It seems a silly argument, right? But so this is the original, one of the first clips I think I took when we were going over this. Modus tollens. I thought this was brilliant. It teach people logic. It was my aim and hope that was what would come from this. It didn't. It turned into, let's say, a shit show. But anyway, modus tollens. Emma does this much better than I can. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. It's modus tollens is one of the oldest forms of proof giving, but it's the contrapositive I think. Let me just check. Yeah. And not Q and not P. Right here. Contrapositive. So the statement goes, if P, then Q. So P becomes the antecedent. Q becomes the consequent. Antecedent, if something, then the conclusion, the what must come after. And then you can say not Q, then not P. You work backwards, because if one implies the other, then if it doesn't, if that isn't the outcome, then the implication can't, it just works like that. So the statement for the black swan is thus: if the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959 miles, okay, P, so that's the antecedent to this logical statement, then horizon distance measurements must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of observer's height in feet, Q, brackets, C curve calculators. Not Q, brackets, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, equals Earth is not a sphere. Now I never really got along with that, because it doesn't seem right. The conclusion at the end, the not P, isn't Earth is not a sphere. It should read, because the original P is if the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959 miles. So not Earth being a sphere of 3959, as Bob said earlier, doesn't mean it's not a sphere. It just means it could be a bigger sphere, smaller sphere, because your premise at the beginning is if the Earth is a sphere with a radius. It's the implied secondary term to that, because you could negate the radius value, which is what the black swan argument does. It negates the radius value, not the first one, the implication of the Earth being a sphere. That's one of the things that I think that, because I thought when this came out, it would be good to be able to go over this sort of statements to talk to people about it, right? But obviously it could never be talked about. People got angry. I got told to go to meetings, and it was rather strange, rather than this being talked about, which takes us back to the bit about Emma says mind your P's and Q's. Well, the Q and the not Q here is Earth is not a sphere. Well, P was with a radius of 3959. So who didn't check their P's and Q's? Step one, just getting the words right and the understanding of what the words mean, and to follow the logical statement all the way through. I'd say this is possibly a form of paralogism, because there is a false conclusion there. R isn't taken away from this argument. It's just the dimensions to R is proved that they can vary if you start looking at objects and use the 1.225 times the square root that's been given to you by the curve calculators. Again, implied. An implied globe logic argument and a globe mathematics argument, that you end up arguing against something that doesn't exist. It only exists within the framework of this particular argument and these people in these Discord groups. None of this stuff applies anywhere. Ask anybody else in the real world, in reality. But if you start talking about these sort of things and asking people these sort of things in reality, the defense is that, one, that they don't know, and two, that you're a flat earther. When you're just trying to find out the understanding of what an argument is and how to formulate all of these things around arguments. So within the simplicity of logic, in order to simplify an argument, I don't think this did exactly what it should have done. Yes, as it states very correctly, if the horizon distance measurements must be nobody can actually have a horizon distance measurement. You cannot measure a distance to a horizon. It's an apparent position. Who is it that states you can have a distance to the horizon? Well, globers do. Because globers have a geometry, and the geometry of the globe dictates that. Not anybody with an argument. So I don't know whether that's a wording thing, the horizon distance measurements. There's no such thing. So you've put, again, that's Q. You've got a problem in your Q. Not only do you have a problem with your P, and when you state not P at the end, you have a change in what P is. P starts off as if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, and ends up with not P, Earth is not a sphere. It's a change in your P. It's gone. You've not minded your P's and Q's. And you've not minded your Q by stating a horizon distance measurement. You've got a fail within 2 points there. Now, for you to end up with the Earth is not a sphere as a conclusion, that's a faulty conclusion. A fallacious one, let's say. Built on not minding your P's and Q's. It's a good argument. It works logically, but it just doesn't follow anything really in let's say reality terms, or within the discussion. What it should have done, I think, is it should have caused what we call an argument, which would have been a discussion around this framework, initial framework of a logic, and then people can talk backwards and forwards about the problems with it and how to fix it and to narrow it down and to refine it. The argument should be the discussion to formulate this logic into a more coherent thing that more voices come into, more discussion about it. We can talk about it and talk around it and try and focus in on the understandings of all of these words. Then we can have a true understanding of the logical argument and to simplify it. If anybody wants to come and talk about logical arguments, we're always open for discussion. What does everybody think about that? I mean, anybody else willing to? I know it's a touchy subject and you risk facing the wrath of people that think it's it's been developed as an argument, this.
I'm definitely seeing your points, and thank you very much, Brev. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I accepted it at face value when I first saw it as them disproving the globe. But as you say, they hadn't disproved the globe. They just disproved the radius of 3959. And I see the conflicts in the Modus tollens that you're stating. It's very true. See, I didn't pick up on these things before. I guess I just wanted to accept what they were saying at the time.
Yeah, you can be fooled by. This is when we delved into just recently, right? From Saragaki coming, I think we made great leaps, building on the identity of things, and just recently, that has stretched into paralogisms, which it's something that I've always known was there, but not had a word for it. And not having a word for it means it's hard to describe how and exactly what it is. So a paralogism is something that you perceive yourself as a valid logic and you come to a faulty conclusion. Now, because it's faulty, but it's based on false premises, but the people who make the logic up, it's logic to them, their version of logic, which is why I think the discussion around what it is that we're talking about at the minute needs to be had more, right? We need to have these conversations.
Kind of vital.
Yeah, Jem. I love it. Yeah, paralogisms. Love it. It's one of the best words I've ever heard of because it enables you to go into a conversation. A paralogism is one of the things of cogdis. A cognitive dissonance is the occurrence of somebody pointing out to you a conflict where you have two opposing truths, i.e. diletheism. Two truths. And somebody shows you those and they conflict. There's nothing you can do about it. And what do you do at that point?
They put it somewhere where it doesn't bother them, apparently.
Yeah. You try and hide it, right? You try and stop people from talking about it. You try and stop people from pointing that out to you. You deny it. You get more people to deny it to help you.
Or you turn your head and walk away from it completely, which happens a lot.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people come into this looking for truths and realize that, I don't know, there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of what I call Alice in Wonderland sort of things that go on. people try and confuse you, but I'm not too sure whether they're trying to confuse or whether they are confused and they're just trying to express their confusion to you. I don't know. Everybody's an individual who thinks, obviously, completely differently. Everybody has their own self, right? You have the one that speaks and the one that tells you things. There's the multiple people, obviously, within one person, individual personalities.
Does that mean that all our journeys are individual?
Yeah. That's why it's good for the conversation, right? That's why the conversation needs to be had. Within, I think, a lot of people around here, everybody is obviously individuals, right? I treat everybody as an individual. But there are another side who speak as a we, right? There's a lot of people who speak as groups of people, which is a false sense of security, right? It's got to give you that. There's a lot of people who speak for science. The most, I think Rumpus spoke for 96% of people. He said he speaks for them. He can quite safely speak for them. And he can quite safely say that they're definitely against whatever we say. Which is a strange view to have. But a lot of people do. And I think that's the logical argument has gone awry within people for that reason.
Yeah, but are they, it's like we talked about again before the show, are they looking for logic necessarily, certain people, or are they looking for the argument? Because it seems to me that a lot of people would rather just be looking for the argument, right? There's drama in the argument. There's excitement in the argument. The act of arguing.
You mean in this arena, not in general?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, in this arena. Well, I think you can make the case, depending on what you think about social media and all those things, that it may be a broader aspect of our Western culture as well, that people are more interested in the argument than they are the truth or the learning or humility, for that matter, or anything.
True.
Which is, again, I think why we're going where we're going.
Yeah, refining the argument does not involve the shape of the earth. We just use that because I think that's one of the biggest triggers, right? If you want somebody to think about an argument, then that's got to be the best way. It's the biggest eye-opener everybody could ever have. Because you can guarantee people will argue for something that they haven't got a clue about. And that's the point that's fascinating to me.
That's why I'm not married anymore.
Yeah.
My wife used to like to argue about anything and everything.
I don't think they're any different, any of them. You just have to learn. I mean, it's like it is like living with the ball, right? You know the response that you're going to get, and people do like arguing. People like that fight. I think an argument is an intellectual battle.
Is there value in it, though? I guess there is for the people that are in the argument themselves, but you can go round and around and around in those argumentative circles for hours and hours and hours, right? I mean, it happened here last week. Happens here a lot.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Circular
the
arguments.
Question is,
go
right?
Forever.
So, yeah, but where's the value in the end? again, if you value the argument, I guess there's value in it, right? If you value the fight just for the sake of the fight, then great.
Yeah, you should be in it for trying to find answers, right? That's where I came in. Asking questions, trying to find answers, but of myself, right? I'm not asking questions to find answers from other people. Trying to find the answers for myself. I just use the conversations of other people to search for truths for myself, and I can only give those truths to myself. Can't hand them off to anybody else. I can't expect anybody else to do that. But along the way, if we can help people find their own truths by simplifying arguments and making arguments much more simple for people to see, let's say not trickery, but the imperfections within an argument. What we're going to be dealing with very soon is the words and the grammar and the classifications, as they call it, of words, and how words are used, and how the interpretations of words are all important. And at the base of it is the understanding of what it is that you are actually talking about, the identity of the thing, and how you use that identity of the thing to express something with that. And the words that are used are fundamental in this. Said yet the other day, I always thought of myself as a number type person, because that always seemed to make sense to me. Well, now I understand that flowery words have been wrote to pull on heartstrings to affect the emotions within an argument, where that shouldn't really come into it at all. There should be no emotions based within an argument. It should be pure logic. And if you can do that within an argument, stick it to logic, not let any emotions come into it, and not let any of those emotions sway the actual argument and the logic behind it, then you will be much freer. Because that's where we're at the minute. The saying things upsets people, and they automatically trigger a response that takes people into a certain area, which is hard to get people out of. It's like they fall down a massive hole that they've dug within an argument that isn't a real argument, it's a non-argument. And a simple understanding of words would start off an entire new conception of the same argument, if we can stop people from jumping down that hole at the beginning of the argument. If we can keep people on logic, simplify the logic, make it very understandable, and keep people from adding the emotional response to it, become Borg-like, because that's where they drop into. They drop into a hive mind. And say they, everyone. People do it naturally. They fall into a comfortable argument that they're used to. Like arguments that are given to people. Gem's drowning in my ego. You can have it all, Gem. I don't think there's any here. Come in and have a chat, Gem. You seem like a good talker. a good advocate for humans of Earth. I saw a thing on your Debate Flat Earth and More channel saying something about the virtual simulation that you live in. You think this is a simulation like the Matrix? It's a strange view, that. Is it? I bet it's still a globe inside the Matrix, isn't it? The simulation that you live on is a globe. Fantastic. And I notice you still got your picture up about thanking me for some other dude taking a picture. That's a bit demeaning for that guy, isn't it? Did you buy the rights for that picture for that guy to be able to put thanks Bev all over the front of it? I bet he's pissed. He takes a picture, he gets it up in the Lake District as a print in a shop. You just put thanks Bev over the top of it. But anyway, it's got nothing to do with me, that picture. Ranty staring at it for 200 hours. Nothing to do with me. Yet everybody thinks now it's got something to do with me. It's a nice picture. I wish I had a camera like that good. Or my son had a camera that good. That's not my picture, Gem. That picture that you've put thanks Bev on is not my picture. None of them were my pictures. It's my son. And that's not it. Gem, I think you forgot. That's not my picture. Not my son's picture even. It's a photographer. A guy. He's got a website. It's shocking. Gem's going mental. He must have had that there for ages. I think he got fooled by Ranty into thinking that I actually took that picture. Does anybody know what we're talking about?
Yeah, I do. We've laughed about it for like 6 months now.
Yeah.
How he has it on his thumbnail or whatever. On his, whatever you call that.
Yeah.
When his YouTube is up. Thanks Bev on a picture that Ranty found on the internet and turned into a Glover because of it.
Yeah.
A picture.
It's got nothing to do with me at all.
Out of all the pictures Ranty has taken, he took one off the internet from someone he doesn't even know. And then other people put thanks Bev on the top of it for whatever reason. We've laughed about it a couple times, more than once. We're laughing about it now.
Yeah. And the basic misunderstanding of what they think it is as well. It's hilarious, Gem. Absolutely ridiculous. And your trigonometry as well. Triangles. It's shocking. The misunderstanding. It's not identical to mine. It's not even my picture. It was my son's picture, Gem, like the pictures we took yesterday of Bedford Levels. Yes, most of the first two Fata Morganas were also taken by my son. Your fascination with the pictures that my son takes is fascinating. But the one that you've got, thanks Bev on, is not my picture. We've got some in the dark as well with the lights of Blackpool Tower. It's fascinating. We've got some pictures of the pier. We've got pictures of lasers and across from Southport to Blackpool. We've got all sorts of stuff, Gem. But strangely enough, the one you've put thanks Bev on is nothing. That's not mine. No, Gem. You want to know the story about this? Okay, everybody, I'll have to let you know. Conspiracy Cats said that he'd been to a beach in Blackpool, Southport it was, to go and take a picture. But he couldn't actually take a picture of it because the conditions weren't good. So he was showing the picture that Ranty had found on the internet instead, and saying this was what flipped Ranty. And I said to the very people in this Discord, I said, that's down the road from where we go. I'll go there. And I did. We went there with my son and we took a picture. That was it, simply. But we went there because the lighting was wrong. The lighting on the beach didn't match with the lighting of Blackpool Town. The Blackpool Town lighting didn't match with the lighting on the mountains. I said it was probably faked. You know, clipped. As astrophotography do. They blend images together to get a more dramatic scene, because it was snow on the mountains, so it was very white in the background, and in the foreground was Blackpool. But in the foreground was Blackpool at sunrise, and the mountains, obviously with the shadows, was sunset-ish. Two composing differently things. So I went there to go and take the picture, Gem. And when I did, I went there to show the lighting, and it was right. Yeah, the lighting was all wrong. So what did Ranty do? Ranty darkened the image, didn't he? And said, look, this one shows the same thing. Didn't show the same thing at all. Just a flippant picture. We went there one day. We've been back plenty of other times. Took plenty of other pictures of it. But this is another one of those non-argument things. What is your argument? There's a picture, Gem. There's a picture. Is globe. Like, ridiculous. There's a picture. And oh, look, there's another picture. Oh, there's a picture where Bev finds out exactly where he took the picture from. You bothered about that one? No?
Look at what the scumbag wrote. Did you help your son fake the picture? You disgusting human being.
No, that was the one that Ranty darkened. Gem. I've got loads of pictures. But the particular one that was showing how the lighting was definitely different, because I said, that doesn't look right. I will go there. We did, and we were correct. When we went there over to Ranty's that particular night after doing it, showed him the picture to say, look at the lighting, how it's different. Ranty took it and darkened it. Because he's a dishonest twat. He made it look like the other one. So, you alright? You alright, yeah? Making a brew. You can have me cup then. Thank you very much.
Sorry?
Yeah. You're not triggered, Jem, but you're the ones that's had the picture on your thing, unless somebody else has sorted your Discord channel out and you don't know how to change it. You might have got some help from somebody like Ranty.
No, not triggered, Jem. I'm very happy. I just had some roasted cashews. Feeling very good. I just think you're a disgusting human being. That's all, Jem.
Yeah, SE's entitled to his own opinions, Jem. Pretty sure that I've heard other people have other opinions of other people. Everybody's entitled to anyone. In case anybody's listening, Jem Panda is the first person that I ever heard say that triangles, measured triangles from the tops of 3 different mountains, would have more than 180 degrees. He said it has to. His model dictates the triangles have more than 360. So that's Gem Panda for you. Globe model dictates all sorts of silly things. I don't have a model to tell me that triangles have more than 180 degrees. Mike agrees with you, SE. Boris agrees with you. Loads of people agree with you, SE, yeah.
Yeah, we all know you're a disgusting human being, Jem. I mean, it's
very
common
accurate.
knowledge. Yeah.
Nobody cares, says Jem, typing out an essay in the YouTube chat. Because that is an essay. It's 5 lines on my bit. Anyway, that's quite a lot, that, Jem. If you ever want to hear about the argument that we said, there was no real argument. It was just, that picture doesn't look right. Let's go and check to see whether it does or it doesn't. And strangely enough, yeah, it doesn't look right. There's something wrong with it. So the overreaction came from Globers and obviously Ranty, Katz, Ruhif, the 3 amigos. Concocted a little, like a witch's brew. And they handed it to you, Jem. And you ate it up. You loved it. Oh, I'll put that picture on my site. I'll put it on my, showing up every, like 20 seconds or something. Picture of me. It's thanking me. Jem, what are you thanking me for? Ridiculous. If you're thanking me for telling everybody that level is horizontal, then great. If you're thanking me for sending more people over to the globe reinforcement area that's like a flat earth society type thing, because that's what it is. Research flat earth and more. Debate flat earth and more. Has never had any debates. And you just reinforce the globe. And we'll keep sending people over to you, Jem, if that's what you want. I was wondering whether Blue wanted to do it or Bob, who is going to be the globe reinforcement team. But it does seem like you do it as well, Jem. Troll Team 6 still active. And you teach Globers how to defend the globe by trolling people. It's genius. It's genius. It works really good. And we feel honoured to have the head troll in the chat. So, thank you very much for being here. And you show us what the argument is. Just come forward with your best argument, Jem. Logical argument. I mean, keep it based in logic. There should be a counter argument too. If the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of water, liquid water at rest, must curve. Because you get stuck at that point. There's no way to show it, is there? Drop or hump. Deviation from horizontal is what must occur. And that's what must be shown. Because a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. So anybody want to have a chat about logic and how to simplify a logical argument? I don't know whether the globe thing's a bit triggering for people. Is there anything else we could simplify as a logical argument? Maybe saying things like if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals would be parallel to each other. It's a bit simpler, isn't it? It's got nothing to do with the globe at all, that. Because I think we could do it the other way. If a modus ponens would be all horizontals are parallel to each other. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, as stated. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other. Again, is there any counter argument from the globe for that simple statement we call t-shirt logic? So simple, anyone could understand that. You could even state that all horizontals are parallel within mathematics, as in X and Y in graph paper. One of the X or the Y perpendicular to each other, the basis of all graphs within mathematics. Perpendicularity, they call one of them vertical axis and they call the other one a horizontal axis, and they're parallel. Mathematics states that all horizontals are parallel. Geometry has vertical and horizontal as being perpendicular. So just like mathematics, all of the horizontals are parallel. Logic states it is. So mathematically, everybody knows that all horizontals are parallel, but that's tricky for some people. Gem Panda's one of them. We've got Stark Odder, one of Gem Panda's guys, head mathematicians, globgicians, globe geometers, that states because triangles have more than 180 degrees, therefore verticals aren't parallel, which is one of the best paralogisms I've ever heard. Don't get confused, Jem. I know I like using the word, but that's definitely a paralogism.
Did he just say polite? Did the word polite come out of his mouth? Or his typing?
It's not very polite, I know, but you are choosing to do it, even if you have kind of put it to the back of your minds. What is it we're doing?
The word polite should not come out of your mouth, you disgusting human being, because the last time I was on your show, you started off the show by telling everybody a derogatory statement against me. That's how you hosted me, you disgusting human being.
Yeah, was that wasn't New Year, was it? Was it his New Year?
No, this was a couple of days ago.
All right. Wow.
He did insult me on New Year's too, but very diplomatically.
Yeah. It's live, right? His show. Is it still live? Is he still allowed to broadcast live to Discord, YouTube? So
definitely.
So he openly insulted you.
Yeah, he made it a point. Listen, audience, I want you to know that SC is blank, blank, blank. You can imagine.
Yeah.
You can imagine the blanks.
Yeah, Troll Team 6 is live and active. Shout out Gem Panda from the Debate Flat Earth and More channel. You can guess for yourself what sort of stuff they talk about over there. Mainly their obsession with flat Earth, flat Earthers, all sorts of things like that. We try and keep all of that sort of stuff to a minimum because we know it triggers people, but that's what Gem's all about, triggering people. And like SE's just explained, usually to the point of giving people, making derogatory comments about people in order to aid to get them triggered. It's one of the main topics and ways that people work within these arguments. Not very logical, again, very emotional. These ad hominems and fallacious statements are all made in order to annoy people and to bring the emotion within an argument that isn't really needed. Go on.
Absolutely. And usually it's when they don't have an argument of their own. They'll just insult you. You'll ask a question and they'll insult you.
Yeah. Yeah, Jem's saying in the chat that he does talk about flat earthers and flat earth. Obviously, having a channel called Debate Flat Earth, I mean, that's what they're doing. Sometimes Jem, I think he's like Jose. They have to play both sides of the argument. So sometimes he's an advocate for flat earth, and sometimes he's an advocate for showing how ridiculous the globe model is. I mean, he does both. But do not go over to Gem Panda's Debate Flat Earth and More server and try and talk about geometry. It's upsetting to them. Don't do it. Don't even attempt logic. It won't work over there. Just doesn't work. As a debate style, you have to try a different technique. We've got people working on mastering these debate techniques within this arena at the minute. I'm sort of taking a step back, had to. It is a bit too much. It's a bit too triggering for people, and I'm taking a lot of flack, let's say. And I'm also a little bit wary now about bringing people into this, because it's obviously people like Gem Panda get triggered with an argument, any argument really, that they don't like. Flat earthers get very upset. Gem Panda gets very upset. He gets his little gremlin voice comes out, and it's quite funny, really. I shouldn't laugh though.
That's the best. What are you talking about?
Well,
when that gremlin comes out, yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh, that's my favorite.
But yeah, like, we're trying to stick it to a logical argument, and obviously, when we say we're trying to aid people in learning an argument and knowing that when you bring the emotions in, it's normally the demise of the argument, and some people would say the loss of an argument occurs at the point of the emotional response. But people like Gem Panda over at Debate Flat Earth and More Discord server, they relish on it. They think that's what the argument's about. So if you want to go over there and if you like that sort of thing, then the entertainment is definitely over there with Jem. And I would suggest just mentioning triangles having more than 180 degrees. That's a good one.
Oh boy.
Bev, can you play my special clip for Jem, please?
Okay, well, just a minute.
Jem, this is especially for you.
There you go.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up.
Maybe a little bit
Current
low.
time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up.
Keeping an eye out with the volume. This is for you, Jem. Jem, I know you weren't actually saying anything, but was that okay? Exactly. Volume need adjusting on that one. It's been quite a big delay. I bet you're going to say it needs to go up.
Yeah, that was a hell of a delay.
Yeah. Is that loud
And
enough?
compared to your voice, it was quite quiet.
Yeah. I'd turn it up a bit then. Just a bit more. So yeah, we'll get louder and louder as we do that. So yeah, it's ready again now. And next time, let us know. I'll pop it on.
I think someone should take that over to Jem, and every time Jem does his shouty thing, because Jem never talks, he just shouts at you. It would be brilliant if someone took that clip over and just used it.
I have noticed that you can be over there. I'm talking, we've not been over there for a while, but Jem isn't around until the argument starts getting heated, and then Jem, you know when you've triggered Jem in that server.
You read my mind, bro.
SE's quite
That's
good
exactly.
at doing that. Bring out the Gem. That's mission 1. How quickly can you get the people on his Gem Pandas server to bring Gem in defense of the globe model? And then when that happens, step 2 is bring out the gremlin.
Yeah. All you gotta do is put his gremlings, in a bind, which is very easy. They're not too intelligent.
Gemling, that's it. Bring out the gemling.
Yeah. If you get the gemlings caught up in in a bind, which is not hard to do, then the master comes out. And then you get him in the, doesn't.
It's a sport.
It's too funny, man.
Yeah, I was thinking, Jem, if you're still listening, we might end up sending, doing a training thing and then having to send people over to see how they react to, obviously, what I'd to call it the trial by flat Earth debate, and see how well it does. Because everybody knows that all you have to do is talk about geometry and you automatically get associated with the flat Earth. Now, I'm sorry for anybody that's occurred, because I've happened to say that level is horizontal. I bring a fact of reality into an arena to try and study a group of people. Well, I'm sorry if that's my fault for doing that. It's funny, Jem, because it's the way you do it. And like the flat earthers in your server, the debate flat earth and more, right? Unless that's a lure, right? It could be a lure to bring in flat earthers. But either way, it doesn't really matter. it was good practice, Jem. And one of the best things, I think, is finding at step 1 that the so-called globe experts are not, and they only have obfuscation. And the second one is to know that how bad you guys fear a conversation and having to being shown to not be able to answer simple questions. That's the realization, because you honestly get a vile response from the server. Me personally, I left because the child abuse claims came from people on that server. Never been back since. Right at the time of Nug Life. Taught us a lesson in logic, right? Why do you possibly want to stay around and talk to a group of people that are just going to abuse you, rather than try and engage in a conversation, a discussion, simple discussion about simple things? Yeah, trigger stickers, Jem. You never seen? Is that because I can remember, Jem, if we want to go over that, when Soundly did a thing with Jesse Kozlowski. Jesse Kozlowski also had a research flat earth thing. Your server, Jem, is called Debate Flat Earth. So who's the one with Earth and flat Earth? It's you, Jem. You're the one, not me. I've got Earth is flat stickers all over the place. What does that mean? He owns a sticker. Trigger stickers, I call them, Jem. It works.
Can you please play the clip again, please? Louder, thank you.
Louder.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up.
Just
and this current time is just
shouting
one of those times
liar.
you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want
Jem,
to hear you talking anymore.
from a YouTube chat.
You gotta shut the fuck up.
That's all they have. He has no argument. Zero. Every time I had an argument with him, he didn't know what the hell he was talking about. No knowledge at all.
You know, obsessed, flat earth obsessed. And I think in the video, you know, I was talking about that one that 50 Betty's nuts, 50 and Brad the science guy. No science involved in that. In that particular video, Jem Panda says, call me a liar. Make a sticker that he says, call me a liar. Let me see if I can find that. I can get back on this live chat. So,
It's already posted in the live chat.
is it that I'm a liar? You make a sticker that says,
maybe not.
I'm
no.
a fucking liar. Is what Jem Panda said. Let me see if I can find it. DP made the sticker. Jem asked for it. DP made it, and then I put it on the video. There's quite a few. There you go. I'd make a sticker that says, I'm a fucking liar. So he did. Jem Panda says, I'm a fucking liar. I'll get that clip. I'll put that in it. if anybody wants to listen to it. It was one of the earlier ones, a little bit before Buster started his writing and Nug life. So thanks for coming in, Jem. Thanks for coming over. I don't know whether you had to come over on your own. Have you, none of your little gemlings been able to be employed? Are they all elsewhere? There must be a lot of trolling needs to be doing. Mind you, there might only be 5 other people with Jem here. Is there 6 or is there more of them now? Never mind. Logical arguments are what brought us here. And logical arguments are going to be the way forward. Now, it's pretty obvious that there's a lot of people that don't like the logic. They don't like simplifying things. They don't like stating the identity of things in order to be able to formulate logical arguments. And that's okay. I would suggest to save, if you are one of those people that just doesn't like logic, I don't think you're going to be able to sway people that do. Because for me, logic gives you a truth value at the end, and the better you can mind your P's and Q's, the more you mind your P's and Q's, and the more discussion you have, the more you can narrow down a logical argument and a statement. Coming along and saying, nah, I've got a model that doesn't agree with that. On my model, that doesn't happen. That's not much of an argument to go against a logical statement and a logical argument. So that's where we're at. Now, I can't remember, but a bit earlier we were going over how this logical argument formulates into a discussion. Spot On was saying earlier that it's based on, you've been looking into Ludwig from last week, and he's I don't know, he went to the individual facts of the matter, I think, whereas earlier stuff, which we'll be going over soon, I think tomorrow with Ravens, to the basis of the organon. Yeah, it's one of those things with words again. Jem's going mad. Right, so words are based in the categories of material things. I think Aristotle said everything can be explained by being put into so many categories. Well, by the time Wittgenstein started coming around, it was obviously being played in the mind games of Russell. So that can change the reality concept into a mind concept. Jem's upset about me leaving his server. Sorry, I'm going to have to go back to this. Just going over to the chat again to address Jem Panda of the Debate Flat Earth and More server. Jem says, Bev's reason for leaving my server, stated very clearly at the time, was because I was monetized. It wasn't, Jem. You're crazy. It's because there were child abuse claims coming at Rakia and myself. And I said, I definitely do not need to be on a server where people are doing that. And yes, Jem, it was people on your server. And that same person and the same people also did it at Jose's. They go all over the state. They follow people around. Are doing that. Trying to cause emotional responses. Well, just repeating it and saying that a factual statement that people on your server, Jem, were saying that it's child abuse to say that level is horizontal is ridiculous. And saying that is not getting triggered by anybody doing it. It's just a statement of fact. It's ridiculous that you have people that do that. It's only a model that makes you say that. But, I mean, if that's what the statement that people want to make, then every mathematician also states that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular and they are parallel to each other. All verticals on a mathematical basis are parallel and all horizontals are parallel. Factual statement. I mean, why anybody would consider saying that is child abuse. And it was Fight the Flat Earth that said it first, I must admit. And like all of the other people over at Jem Panda's server, Debate Flat Earth and more, they follow Fight the Flat Earth. He's one of the ones that issues the orders down to all of the Flat Earthers, the Flat Earth Society people over at Jem Panda's Debate Flat Earth and more server on Discord. Yeah, they're the ones that use really strange tactics to shut down conversations rather than actually having the conversations and showing experts about how to do it. They're only experts at obfuscation. And that's what we're here to show, is the growth that you can have when you move away from arguing non-arguments, obfuscation arguments. You get turned around in circles. They use very clever tactics. And we should still learn from the people that are willing to go over there and do it. I'm not particularly... I know personally I have nothing to gain anymore from going into Debate Flat Earth and more server. Right. Because there's no debate in Flat Earth. The more just turns into insults. So there's nothing to be gained. There's only really things for me to gain within conversations like this, although we're not much of a conversation tonight.
You know what's funny? Usually when Jem is not there, you can have some decent conversations. It's when Jem shows up that I find the problem starts most of the time. Funny that, huh?
Yeah. But that's where the entertainment is, I think. Right? People don't really tune in for this sort of a discussion. They want to hear the shouting and the ranting and all of that. Well, I'm not into that non-argument battle sort of thing, but I am keen to learn from them, and I do get an idea that as SE, as you go out and talk, we are going to get many more conversations, recordings of your discussions, let's say. And I'm hoping to learn from or be able to help people, because that's where I think we're going to be at soon. It will be going over videos in order to explain particular arguments. Now, I've said that I would like to be able to explain the simplicity of arguments by showing how to correctly use arguments and how to incorrectly use them within things that we've done before. But I think that's going to be a bit of I don't know, help. I think, Essie, if you don't mind, and I guess Rakia and people that do still move around, as we start going through these arguments, if everybody tries to implement them in discussion, and let's see how they work and see whether we can refine them through the use of arguments to learn how they work and how to better use them. Sorry, I cut you off then.
Well, if anybody wants to if anybody wants to experience how to argue with, I don't know how to explain it, like the worst bunch of people to argue with, I could say, just go over to Gems.
Super freaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to experience a non-argument, a non-debate, everything that a debate shouldn't be, all of the wrong tactics, then yeah, Debate Flat Earth and More is definitely the place for you. Even if you've been triggered and somebody's made you question the globe, if you want to have the globe put back in and reinforced, go to Debate Flat Earth and More. You'll have to believe in a globe over there.
You don't have a choice.
Yeah.
At Geo's today, Zanuck was so, I'm going to say high, whether he was high on life or high on the globe or high on a substance, I don't know. He could not control himself. A grown man on Discord with no control. And I played the part, right? I have to admit, I wanted to see how far it would go. And it was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever seen. He's not the only one. Just today, Doofus, Moyak, and a couple others, lost it just like Jim does. Totally just lost it on a live show. Man.
Yeah, we've brought them to that ledge, Rakia. Yeah, they can't take it anymore. They have no argument. They just flip out, yell, and start calling us names.
Yeah, and if anybody's listening in and wondering, it's like what we're talking about here is the heart, I think, the beating heart of the globe defense is at the Discord servers. I don't know where there's any others. If there is any other groups of people that can be so easily accessed as in the Discord server, send us a thing. I'd love to know if there's any other places, because we're out for discussion. It's just that the discussion around this particular group has dried up. There's nothing left for us within this. DP, you've got a fuzz. Hot mic.
No, sorry.
So, yeah, if anybody does know of any other groups anywhere, please let us know. We've got agents all over the place. Agents of the Logos, that is. Willing to talk to anyone about a multitude of different subjects. We're all about, I think, the art of conversation. How's that sound? Does that sound good? Us trying to push forward, just being able to talk to people. Yes, the people we have are the top people, the trainees, the trainers, the ones that can ask the questions. We know the questions that will trigger people into responses, and it's those responses that we're after. Some very good people, some very good techniques that we use, and we're trying to spot the counter techniques. And I think we should definitely start going over some of the old stuff with a bit more scrutiny, right? To try and see what we should have spotted earlier on. Why it took us so long to spot these things. How long it takes you for your eyes to be opened to find the understanding of exactly what's going on. And these tactics that people use. Spell casting. Wizardry. This is a new approach. Well, it's new. I say new approach. It's an approach that will it will leave you wondering where you talk to people, hoping more people will come here and have the discussion. We do have some very good discussions, and
you know what?
Go on.
We trigger them so much that I think they hate us. Well, me, I'll speak for myself. I think they hate me so much that they won't even consider like the simplest thing. Like no matter what you say, like example, I went over to Gems and I talked about the woke movement, to protect children, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, who can disagree with that? Who can disagree that children need to be protected? Well, you should have heard what went on over there. It's like, it almost feels like we're not dealing with human beings.
They like the argument, right? So they have to have a counter argument to everything.
Yeah, children, for the love of God, Jem. Children.
But, you do know that when you go in there, I mean, it's a very good tactic, because you've obviously found out that when you go out there to talk about anybody or talk about any of this stuff, you know that they're going to counter it. So you can sort of lead the conversation in a way, to counter it. But it's amazing that they will basically argue anything.
Anything you say. If I went there and said apple pie is made with apples, I would have an argument.
It's the willingness to say and do anything to try and obfuscate and win the argument at all costs.
Yep.
They don't even care if they make themselves look like a fool, because they just leave, come back tomorrow and start fresh. And someone immediately takes over. Strange, man. I've never seen anything like it. Good and evil, right? Like, it has to be. it's more than just humans wanting to argue. It has to be. It's no way.
Yeah, it's extreme, isn't it? The particular arena that we're in is the extreme end of this conversation. Most people, if you're looking in as a newbie, then this may seem like an innocent conversation that anybody can ask a simple question. We may seem like normal people. We are normal people. Most of us in here, apart from the exceptions like Buster, Emma, then, you know, we're just normal people that live normal lives. We're just asking questions. We've come together and we're learning from each other within the discussion that we have, within our experiences that we have within this arena. They cause us to ask more questions, and then those questions stimulate more conversation, which in turn leads to us developing arguments to counter what we hear. And then that doubles back on itself, and people learn from them to make new arguments, and it just cycles itself round and round. Now, stepping out of that to try and progress forwards always leads with people following us into the chats, trying to drag us back down into that conversation. When, I don't know, I think most people will recognize that within this arena, the only people that really stay around for any length of time are the people that are obsessed within it, of which I count myself as one of them. I'm obsessed because this is where I've done the most of my learning. All of the stuff that we go through and all of that learning with the group of people that we've met, and that's wonderful to me. I mean, that's some good progression. And the fascination of the people that are fascinated by flat Earth. It's also fascinating for me to watch. All of it. People make YouTube channels and Discord channels and all sorts of other channels based around it. They try and lure people into a conversation so they can shout abuse at people or want to argue so that they can feel superior and carry on the same arguments, like Rakir says, day after day. It doesn't matter. This is an arena where getting caught lying means absolutely nothing. You can just get reset and come back again next day with different arguments, similar tactics, but a different argument. More lies until somebody finds out that you're lying, or somebody proves that you don't really know about what you're talking about, and boom, next day, different argument, same thing. Over and over and over again. Now, a lot of people say I'm a liar. Well, that's because they don't agree with what we say. Anybody's free to come for the discussion. I'll defend any claims that I have made, and I think I still can. Unless anybody wants to come with an argument otherwise. But I know that there aren't many proofs in reality, and all of those proofs are based with what we call natural laws. The truths are obviously there. You just need to formulate the words in order to express the truths. So, there is a massive flat Earth obsession for a lot of people, but it's not flat Earth that is the obsession. It's the truth that people are trying to look for. They get funneled into arguments, and those arguments need to be made more precise. They need to be made into arguments for personal arguments, as long as you can be happy with them. And if you're not happy with them, come and discuss it with somebody. Make sure you've got a good group of people that you trust and you can feel challenged by. Always have people that are willing to challenge you. But watch out, because there are people that will challenge truths. They will make you challenge truths. Some people within this arena have a mission to try and make you change your mind. Even if you say straight lines don't bend, they will have their own truths and they will want to try and make you think otherwise, because models and other people state otherwise too. They have to follow the words of the shadow giants. So even when a shadow giant's been made on YouTube, Wally in the chat, well done. All hands on deck. Made it into the YouTube chat as well. He said some stupid things. Wally's willing to challenge me. Right, I'll get this. There's one clip I'm going to put in the chat now and read this, because I woke up this morning. This is one of the things that, you know, we was wondering what we were going to do and how to deal with the conversation. Let's see, what's this one here? Oh, that was the one from Fraser. Thank you very much. Yeah, so here we go. This is Wally. This is one comment from Wally, Australian Wally. He says, latitude and longitude lines are straight in one direction. Well, straight lines don't bend in any direction at all. But he says they're straight and follow the curve of... but that's a curve in the sense of a zero curve. It says latitude and longitude lines are straight in one direction and follow the Earth curve in the perpendicular direction. What? What is? I'll read it again. Latitude and longitude lines are straight in one direction and follow Earth curve in the perpendicular direction. Does anybody know what the perpendicular direction is? I'll carry on, because that's not that's not the interesting part. This next bit is. Wally says, plumb lines are usually straight. Now there is one of the what do we call them? Somebody called them once, coined a term, a weasel word. It's a way to give them an out later on in the conversation. So plumb lines are usually straight. That's a vertical for anybody's. So the plumb lines are usually straight. Verticals are usually straight. They are radius lines extended beyond the surface, called zenith lines from the surface up. That's a plumb line. Now this is genius, and if there are any globe earthers out there, please remember this is what Wally is saying. So Wally's number 2. Wally is a number 2 in the wolf pack. And then Wally says, number 2 Wally, Plumb lines are not always straight as a large, I think that's meant to be, a large mountain on one side will bend the line slightly towards the mountain. That's right. A plumb line, says Wally, plumb lines are not always straight, as in not straight. Not like slanted, because a slant or a slope can be straight, but Wally says not straight.
Yeah, I'm telling you, some people want to actually curve the vertical. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I've heard 3 people so far. I'm keeping count, you guys. You guys are mad.
This is crazy, isn't it? But yeah, number 2, Wally. Wally is the great number 2.
Before you go on, are they curving the vertical or curving the horizontal to make the vertical curve?
No, plumb lines.
Oh, plumb lines? Okay, sorry, because I just came in. Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Don't mind me.
Plumb lines are, I'll quote it again, right? He says earlier on, plumb lines are usually straight. Usually. And then a bit later on in the same paragraph, he says, plumb lines are not always straight, as large mountain on one side will bend the line slightly towards the mountain.
Right, I heard of that tall tale before, yeah.
Bend, though. Not pull towards the mountain. Because don't forget, a plumb line is a weight on a string. Now, logically, just take a moment and tell me how that line, i.e. string, could possibly bend. And
it's unbelievable.
What would make a person say that? What sort of control does the model have over people where the self-confessed number 2, and my granddad always used to say that, if you ever been for a number 2 or a number 3 or a number 1 or a number 2. So Wally's the number 2 of the wolf pack. Now, most people have heard of the wolf pack, headed by the great Wolfie. Now, nobody's ever really heard of debate of Wolfie. He doesn't really come round here that much. He does tend to make videos and state things in videos. Doesn't come around. Well, Wally is his voice, number 2. Not so much a voice. He does all of the texting for him. And he's in the chat now. And he's in our open text chat. He owns that in Discord, Next Level Discord, open text chat. Wally is one of the sole members in there. He does have some company of people who talk to him. I think J-Ro talks to him and Mike talks to him. Don't want him to be left alone. I feel sorry, but we do get gems like this. I don't know who's advised him on this, but I would definitely state that mountains don't bend straight lines, verticals. But thank you very much, Wally, for bringing that with us. And thanks for coming into the Discord and helping us out. Coming into the YouTube chat, comments, it all helps. Don't forget, share, and give us a thumbs up. And if you'd like to come and talk to, well, I say talk to Wally. Wally doesn't really talk. He does do a lot of texting, stuff like that.
Don't forget the t-shirts. Shout out DP.
Yeah. Come and get your Logic t-shirts. T-shirt Logic. Simplifying arguments, make everything as simple as possible. Exposing frauds. Go on. Sorry, John.
Why would he make that statement? Anybody can prove that untrue. The plumb line next to a mountain's not going to bend. I mean, why would somebody make that statement?
Globe model dictates. They get so confident with their globe that they think they're talking to flat earthers, right? So then they think they can say any old stupid shit. One, we're not flat earthers, and two, that's a load of bullshit, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that unless I went out there and actually did it and saw it happen and could prove it. I mean, and you can't. It's not going to bend unless you got a 50-mile-an-hour wind blowing on it or something.
You want to hear something even funnier concerning that? Well, I don't know funnier, but, well, you tell me. You know how they measure that bend?
No.
Well, of course, they use a star.
Yeah.
To the sky.
What was that? I didn't catch that.
Yeah. Yeah, they try and detect the bend in a vertical by looking at a light in the sky. Obviously.
Yeah. Detecting the bend in a plumb line by looking at lights in the sky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a famous experiment called the Schehallien experiment, and they did it in Scotland. Only Scottish mountains can do this, apparently. But I mean, people like Wally think it can be done anywhere. Where they hung a plumb bob and then looked at a light in the sky and went, yeah, that's not vertical. It bends. And people like Wally have gone, yeah, all right then, yeah, I'll use that. That's a good argument.
This must have been after 3 o'clock in the morning after leaving the pub, huh? Let's go up to the mountain with this plumb line.
It said, like, it must be terrible building anything anywhere near the Alps. Because you wouldn't know where your plumb line's meant to be. It could be all over the place.
Hey, you'd have to come up with a deflection table of some sort. Ridiculous.
Well, it's bad enough with Rumpus and his differing angles of down. And now Wally's added mountains and different protuberances distorting. Level Earth Observer would be a good one for that, wouldn't he? With his cranes. Because they're next to buildings, surely.
Yeah.
Verticals are not parallel, not only because of the differing angles. I'm wondering whether a mountain might be able to make some verticals parallel. How about that?
I don't follow.
Well, all verticals are not parallel because of the model.
Okay.
But if you're going to have mountains changing that, could a mountain pull a vertical to be parallel on the model?
There you go.
Ooh. You've got to say that there's a chance.
Tennessee builders do it. It's a lot of mountains in Tennessee, no?
Yeah.
Do they take that into account when they hang a plumb bob?
Yeah, and the monks in Tibet.
You hear how we laugh at you guys, man? It's thank you very much, sincerely.
But yeah, we've had Wally over here for quite a while. He did have one that we originally called the stolen concept fallacy. He's got an entire proof, which is amazing. Again, the contradictions that happen when you start talking to people. One, they don't have proofs. There's no such thing as a proof. And then Wally comes with a proof to hand to Nathan Oakley. He still said he's going to go and explain that to Nathan Oakley. His proof that horizontals aren't parallel, which he changes slightly and changes it into a different argument for different people. But it mainly to do with, again, lights in the sky. Look at lights in the sky and make strange claims. That's the general way of the globe model.
And they always take you away from the tangible.
Yeah. Take it into fantasy.
Exactly. Or statements always start, imagine this. Or imagine it this way. My question is, how did whoever started this whole thing about keeping us in the dark, how did they expect it to hold for as long as they needed it to? Did they really expect people weren't going to wake up to all the bullshit? I'm trying to think about what their plan was and how they expected to hold people, under the umbrella or whatever, forever, without somebody stepping out and saying, whoa, wait a minute, it's not raining.
They don't have to keep it forever. They only have to keep it for as long as they get so much control that no one can change it. Think about it.
We don't need everybody. Either.
Yeah, you just need the schools, the key authority figures, the banks, the schools, and politics. You got it all. The normal, everyday person can't do anything. But, it's not all about that, actually. Logos will tell you what to do in the midst of all of this. You're not going to change all of this. You just can live a better way knowing the truth.
And knowing how to navigate through it the best you can.
Mm-hmm.
Well, have you ever heard the truth shall set you free? There's no truer statement. Free of what, right? Free of this.
Free of confusion, right?
Yeah, free of deception.
Mm-hmm.
Set you free. You have to ask yourself, set you free of what? There you have it.
Well, it's taken me away from a lot of aspects of my life that I used to enjoy, the sports and all that. I pay no attention at all anymore since I realized what it was doing to me. So yeah, you're right. It helped take you away from the deceptions.
Look at all. Just take the football. Look at all the deception in football. They are illegal. They have a legality where they can cheat. They don't have to sell you. They're not selling you a game that's not cheated, right? They're selling you a product, which is two teams opposing each other on a field in a stadium. That's what you buy a ticket to see.
Just entertainment.
You don't buy a ticket. Yep, exactly. As they see fit. It's written in their bylaws.
Oh, that bummed me out bad when I found that out.
Yeah, more deception. It's just like wrestling, just not as noticeable. And look at how many people fill those stadiums for wrestling. People love it because they're entertained, right? They don't care if it's being deceived. Magicians, entertainment. They know they're being deceived. Angles and mirrors.
That's where they want us to be so they can do what they're doing.
Exactly.
Whatever they're doing.
Who cares? Doesn't affect me anymore. Does it affect you anymore? If it does, you need to keep getting away from it. Rid yourself of it.
I hear what you're saying. I just don't like the fact that so many people are being manipulated and hurt. That part bothers me.
Yeah, we're just supposed to do our part, though.
Yeah, if you find yourself in part of the 20%, then there's nothing you can do about the 80%.
Exactly. But do all you can do within that 20%. Like, feed a family, right? Give your time, give your service, give your knowledge, give your truth, fight deception, expose it so others can hear it.
Yeah,
I do it on a daily basis.
I think I'm going to be going with the 80-20 response, right? What you should do is first off, step one, you should acknowledge that there's an 80-20 split, right? And if you put yourself in the 20% of people, then I think from that point, you should put 80% of your time into that 20%.
Yep.
Put 20% of your time into researching the 80%.
And how to expose them. And,
yeah. How to understand it.
I learned the 80-20 split like 15, 16 years ago. I had a friend that was a big time bookie forever. Like, he's an older man. He was 20 years older than me. Told me, you know, I was asking him, oh, do you have winners? Like, does anyone win? He says, yeah, I have about 20% of the people that, you know, bet with me win, right? Consistently beat me every year. He says, but 80% lose. He says, if you want to be a winning player, find out a way to figure out what side the 80% is betting on and then bet the opposite. And then you find that everywhere you go, man. Everywhere you go, just go against the public. Just go against the 80%. Look at 80% of the news, what they're telling you, and go think of the opposite. Listen to 80% people, their opinion on something, and do the opposite. You'll be amazed.
Yeah. I mean, I am fascinated by the people that, obviously, I think we're on the... in fact, I think we are less than the 20%. To be honest, I think us being in the middle of an argument that is a non-argument, I think it's even tougher. And I mean, there's not a lot of people, I think, that there might be people that are getting the idea of the argument and all of that, but to people to come and talk to us, to come into this arena, it's a tough place to be. And there's a lot of good conversations that are needed to be had, but because of the way it's been made and the conversations that we've had, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of people that are being kept away. And those people that are being kept away may just be some of the people that are vital parts that we're missing. Every new person is a new discovery. They're ready and waiting to be found.
Define Homo sapien. For anyone.
Wally's back. Wally thinks the FEGE, obviously, he's Earth obsessed. Flat Earth, globe Earth. False dichotomy stuff. He says it's 0.01% to 99.99%. That's Wally for you. I mean, everybody knows flat is not a thing. I started off with that. Mountains and valleys. It's not flat. It can't be flat. So anybody that does actually think they live on flatland is... yeah, I'd say it's less than that, actually, Wally. Actual flat earthers. Even we have Rob Keenan here that says he is a flat earther, but even he says it's not flat. So you'd have to have that conversation first as to what exactly the terms that you're using and what they mean. What does flat mean to you? And then can you apply the meaning flat to the earth? And by the earth, do you mean the soil? And what exactly is the meaning of the word earth? It's full of misnomers, the entire thing. That's why I don't think it is it's a legitimate argument. It's been handed to people by the Flat Earth Society just to confuse. To stop people having the discussion about what the discussion should be. Real terms and real discussions that could be had that aren't, because it gets led into a confusion place based around, I think, that 80-20 type split. If you take that as a concept, the 80-20, and say, which side do you think you're on? Most people, I think, would always put themselves in the 20%. Except the Globers, like Wally. Wally wants to put himself in the 99.99% of people. You've got to have a pretty low idea of individualism for you to be able to put yourself in the same as 99.99% of people. A low opinion of yourself. But that's okay. That's understandable. Most people would find out the individuality of themselves and try and say that they're unique. Oh, I hope most people do that. And most people, I'm hoping, that have the confidence to be able to do that. Wally was a thing. I thought Wally's pretty new. I was saying, you said he's blocked Wally out. Wally has talked once or twice. He doesn't do it anymore. Yeah, most people, I don't think. I've been happier since doing away with the conversations, but I've always decided that I would go back and have a discussion. But I personally, I think I know how every discussion ever would happen and what it goes on and what happens and how it's going to occur. The fascination for me is to watch how other people are dealing with those conversations now.
I make a prediction?
Yeah.
You don't understand.
Wally says, Bev, the hills mountains means it's not flat is such a cop-out because it's true. FEGE is purely a dichotomy. Purely a dichotomy. False dichotomy. And about the shape of the place we all live. And now this is the great bit. What does the planet look like from 1 million kilometers away? Shadow giants have told Wally everything.
We can't even fucking see it from the ISS, fuck's sake.
This globe.
You can't see this 1,000 meters above this beach ball. That stuff is flat. Thanks, Neil.
Yeah. But when he says flat, what does he mean flat? Does he mean
Or
flat like a
I-
beach ball's flat?
Yeah, oblate like a flat board.
Flat like Wally thinks it's flat, but flat, not flat. You know, like the drop hump, not drop hump. Elevation, same thing. It's flat, not flat. You know.
Why are you talking about the up down again? We're supposed to be talking about the down up. Come on, get your shit together.
The bendy verticals.
The vertihorrors.
It is globe. I'm gonna have to have that. I'm having that. Tis globe. Tis globe.
Bro, okay, so obviously I work at a donation place. So I wanted to fucking smash this fucker on the ground so bad. I did not want it to go through the processing and out onto the shelf. But it was one of those really old globes that were made of glass. And it was inside of that artillery wheel. So you could spin the actual globe and then spin the axis of the globe while it was spinning. And as soon as I seen that thing, I'm like, bro, can I take this and fucking huck it? They're like, why? I'm like,
that looks nice. Yeah.
Fucking globe. Fucking this shit out there on the fucking shelves. Are you fucking kidding me? They're like, why? I'm like, oh god, I don't wanna fucking go through this with you right now. We do not have enough time. Unfortunately, it's going to be going out on the shelf. So if anybody wants like a artillery glass globe that's like really old, come on over, please. And if you bring a donation, you'll get a $5 discount off your purchase in sales store.
Everybody should have a globe.
I mean, I have one. But it's definitely not being used to learn fucking anything.
You don't use it as a map? A direction thing? Yeah.
Play catch with it with the dog. It works real good.
The shadow giants have left them with non-answers, right? There isn't an argument. Nobody's done anything. It's just shadow giants have told them is globe, and science helped them do it. So science says globe. And I think that new thing they've put on YouTube about flat earth says it's been disproved by science.
Oh yeah, it's been there for a few years by now, I think. The very same message.
No, it just changed a little bit recently.
A little bit,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the part of it being archaic and all that's always been there.
Yeah, but the bit that science has disproved flat earth, I think.
Oh wow, yeah, okay, that's crazy.
That's pretty new. Because as we have just found out, the globgicians say there is no such thing as proof anymore. Like we've found logic to find out that they've had to ditch logic. You can't show logic to the globe model. The only way you can do that is to change logic. Make a new logic.
Change the mind.
No, didn't that one guy say it? They came into this arena and they realized, oh shit, we're up against logic. Turn around, guys. We can't have proof. They've got the proof.
Yeah, we have to give up proof altogether. Just ditch it.
Yeah.
It cannot be had, so take it out of the argument. We can't have that. So no one can have
they've already got it. Yeah.
We have to
It's
take
no
it
use.
off them.
If they have that, then that has to be discounted now.
Yeah.
It's worthless now. If we can't have it, no one can.
And that's sad, because logic is the formulation of the argument. And to be able to give up that, well, I don't want to be doing that. And that's not the way I work. And I think it's been shown that it's not wanted within certain community. And I think it will be shown when I think it'll be shown by them not allowing us to have that discussion, right? All of these things that we've found recently within the logic arguments, when we started doing logic night and started talking about it, that was the beginning of the experiment that we decided to do. That's led to, there's been a progression. All of these steps that we've been doing over the past few weeks, months, years, have all been to the point where we needed to gather people together. We needed to try and explain it. It's a slow process, because this isn't telling people and letting people do the traditional, here's the facts, you learn them. What we do here. What we do is try and bring people into the conversation, to bring a self-realization. And when you end up with that, then you can build upon that for yourself. It's a completely new way of doing it, and where you cannot rely on shadow giants. You need to be able to find the proofs and test the shadow giants. And I think that's blasphemous to most of these science people, the new science of the 2020 part, Discord science groups, globe science, that's what more accurately.
Yeah, we have science. We have 98% of all the answers to everything. Just give us a little bit more time. We'll figure out the rest of the 2%, and then just like that, it will all come together. Just you wait. Hold on. Trust us.
You fucking lie to me, you dirtbag.
Right?
I know a fucking liar when I see one. That's what I don't get. That's like the biggest fucking, like, the biggest kick in the nuts that doesn't even have anything to do with this argument. It's just got something to do with life, right? You have this group of people known as the government, okay? And could be your fucking closest friend, somebody you've known for fucking years. He'll lie to you. You will never fucking trust him, ever. And yet, we know and have caught and have been in and realized, oh my God, these motherfuckers are lying. Yet, we still allow them to be our fucking leaders. It just doesn't make any fucking, what's that word? Logic. Pull your fucking heads out of your ass.
We've got Betty in the YouTube chat. he's been looking at Wittgenstein, so he's found a quote. Obviously, this is what Betty does. He says,
Has he been?
From
Has he been to the armory? Has he? The library?
I think so.
Yeah, that's good, Betty.
He's heard us mention somebody. It was from last week, so he's googled a quote. It says, logical propositions. This is a quote from Wittgenstein, Ludwig. Logical propositions cannot, like two, cannot. Logical propositions cannot be confirmed by experience any more than they can be refuted by it. I don't know whether that's cannot is a double negative affirmation. I'll take that as a spelling mistake, Betty. Don't worry about. Yeah, pronounced Wittgenstein. Yeah, I think I've been doing that all the time, haven't I? I think he was Austrian, wasn't he? So, so he thinks logical propositions cannot be confirmed by experience any more than they can be refuted by it. This is why plumb lines are parallel is not a logical proposition. I've not heard anybody that does that, Betty. We say that horizontals are parallel and horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. We do say that mathematically vertical are parallel and horizontals are all parallel. There's nothing wrong with that statement. Come in and have a chat, Betty. If you want to come and talk about logic, that's what we're here for. We know you've been shipped in to deal with logic. That's why you're in on a Tuesday night. It's no good being in the text chat. I mean, it is late. 11 o'clock. 11's is. Talking about people and names of people. It's a fascinating story. Wittgenstein, Ludwig. I call him his first name. He's a very interesting. He came at a very interesting time. He was around some very interesting people.
Yeah, he apparently had some shift of perspective going along with interaction with these same people.
He had some very interesting schoolmates.
Oh, Betty, you're obsessed with horizontal. Horizontals and orientation. All horizontals are parallel. Obviously, they can't be straight lines or planes if they are not all parallel, because there is no curvature to a straight line or a horizontal plane.
Does he know what horizontal is? This guy,
Betty, I don't know. He's like trying to throw obfuscation into a logical argument, which is shocking, because he's obviously had his diletheism injection. He's placed that in the beginning of his propositions. He's axiomated diletheism into his thing. So horizontals all being parallel. Not for Betty. All horizontals are parallel. It is, Betty. You can't prove otherwise. And they are all mathematically and geometrically, all horizontals are parallel. That's a statement and a claim I'm willing to stick by. If you would like to come in and have a discussion, yeah, Betty, yeah, he said, Betty states, anybody not listening, not watching, Betty states, horizontal is defined as perpendicular to a plumb line. Horizontal is defined as being perpendicular to a vertical. In reality, we use a tool called a plumb bob to establish a vertical in reality. Now, in reality, those verticals established by the plumb line are straight. Not like Wally says, curved near mountains. Law of identity violation.
Is he saying that he cannot see the logical progression from his own statement? Or does he disagree with it? Horizontal is defined as perpendicular to a plumb line. Yeah, is that a problem? Or do you not maybe see the logical progression from that? All the perpendiculars to the same plane will, by necessity, be parallel.
See, Betty's gone against Wally now. They're contradicting each other now.
Yeah. And they will never address that amongst themselves. They just go on like it never happened.
Betty, you've just contradicted. I'll put it out again. You can read this and here you go. I'll put it on the screen for you there, Betty. Have a look at that. Have a read of that. Please read that. I'll read it for you, Betty, because Betty's just wrote direction of plumb line equals vertical. Wally, the number 2 of the wolf pack, and I know you don't even know who that is, Betty, but it doesn't matter. He says plumb lines are not always straight. Wow. And Betty's put direction of plumb lines equals vertical. Now, Betty, are verticals straight? Because Wally says that plumb lines are not always straight. So, Betty, can you... I know, I'm just trying to see whether you're both on the same team. So, do you think, Betty, plumb lines and verticals are straight or not always straight? And when they're not straight, what do you think they are? It gets hard when you have to defend globe fanatics, because geometric argument has led people to believe. There you go. Betty says verticals are straight. Plumb lines are vertical and verticals are straight, so therefore plumb lines are straight. But Wally says not always. Pretty much like Betty and your horizontals that you don't think are always horizontal, parallel. Maybe because you said that you think drawing a cross on a piece of paper is that may be what Wally's decided to take your advice about that, and that's what maybe that's confused Wally. Plumb lines are not always straight, as large mountain on one side will bend the line. Bendy plumb lines. They might be an Australian thing.
See, here he goes.
Mm-hmm.
What about horizontals? Horizontals are defined as perpendicular to verticals. Yeah, straight lines.
Mm-hmm. Perpendicular. And you know geometrically how that perpendicularity works. That necessitates.
Lets you form a grid.
Yeah. With parallels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you can put numbers to the grid. You can do all sorts of fancy math with that grid.
I was looking. Let's see. I'll see what this game's called. You know, we were doing Euclidean as the thing. Well, they do other apps, and one of them's called Pythagorea.
Oh,
and that is just dealing with the plane and grid fundamentals, really. About it starts off with line and distance and shape and similarity. I can't say that word. You know, where you can find halfways, and it's very good, and it's basic on a grid system, showing how you can use it to its basic line and vector, and that's good. I mean, have a look at it. There's quite a few different ones. I think they do about 4 apps.
Yeah, definitely.
If Euclidean is a little bit, I mean, Euclidean, I would say, is based on Euclid, whereas the Pythagorea is based around Pythagoras and how the squares and the right angles, I think, because it's Pythagoras, it's all based around the right angles, so therefore it's based around the grids and making you think about triangles within the grid formation and the line, and how you use the grids and the axis to be able to give you an understanding of that. Yeah, it's good. I advise anybody, if you've got a spare bit of time, need something to do while you're on the toilet, just download these apps. I'll see if I can find a link. No, I can't. I don't know whether there's a... How to rate it terms about us. Yeah. Yeah, Euclidean sketches. There's all sorts of different ones within the app. I can't. I'll try and get it and put it in the thing. We'll try and do a special about these apps for anybody that wants to try and get an understanding. But it's all about straight lines. All of the geometry and everything that we do all goes down to the simplicity of a straight line. Betty, no, you didn't say that straight lines bent towards mountains. You said that was a load of shit that Wally said. That was what Wally said. And you were quite rightly agreed with us that, no, verticals are just straight lines. There's no possible way anybody could ever say that plumb lines aren't straight. They're obviously vertical, and vertical are obviously straight lines. Perpendicular to every vertical, there will be a horizontal, a multitude of them, infinite amounts of horizontals.
And this is funny. This is actually hilarious. He's misunderstood Jeff completely, who has told him, you are beating Wally in the stupidity war, right? He is laying it down, but he misunderstands him, taking it the opposite way, thinking he's insulting him.
Yeah.
Well, he isn't, right? He is telling him, like, pat on the shoulder, at least you're doing better than Wally, right?
Yeah.
And then he tells him, you are not saying plumb lines bend towards mountain, as in, that's the reason why you're beating Wally, bro. Hello? Yeah. And then his response is to ask him straight back if he did say that, when the actual statement was a positive claim that, no, you did not. What? Is this a logic guy? Are you sure?
Well, I don't think he is. He doesn't seem to have any logical argument. It's all getting mismatched up, and how we can misrepresent it.
It's funny, right, isn't it? Because he talks like somebody who would know that all of the lines that the words in the book are written on, they're all parallel.
That's one of the first things they do in that Pythagorean, right? You first off work about lines and showing how you understand them. And the next one is parallels. Literally, right? It has you looking for parallels. It's so important within the understanding of geometry.
Mm-hmm. The right line and the right angle. Yes, that is where it's at.
So thanks, Betty, for joining with us. Wally is full of shit. Plumb lines and verticals do not bend, like Wally says. So thank you, Betty. It looks like you could come in and have a chat with us anytime. We can have it looks like we can have a mutual agreement. We have now got somewhere to start from that we can definitely guarantee that a vertical and a plumb line are straight. Like straight in every axis, everywhere, right? Do straight down and turn round 90 degrees. It's straight again. There's no curvature to it anywhere.
But here's him again, Abby. Yeah, right? But it does not logically follow that verticals are parallel to one another. We are talking logic, right?
Yeah, you follow it with the first one. It says, perpendicular to every vertical is horizontal. Correct, says Wally. Says Betty, sorry. And he said, well, it's a Wally, Betty. And then he says, but it does not logically follow that verticals are parallel to one another. If they're perpendicular to horizontals, then, yeah, it has to logically follow.
Yeah, geometrically it does. Obviously it does. But he's asking the qualifier, right? We are talking logic. Yeah, the thing is, right, Bebby, you would have to violate the law of identity on horizontal to make them intersect if you want to keep it a straight line, right, and have all of the shit you say correct, which is the same shit we say. Except for that last statement, right? You have to intersect horizontals, which would violate the law of identity of horizontal. So yeah, it does follow logically that you can't just violate the law of identity. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, you can't have vertical and horizontal being perpendicular and horizontals not being parallel. It's just not possible. Impossible.
Literally impossible. Logically impossible.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a contradiction, right? You could show it with a reductio ad absurdum. You could put it on a piece of paper and like show anyone. Like Bebe did. He drew a cross on a piece of paper. They told us that they, yeah, here you go.
Uh-oh.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, Betty. Watch out. Blue Marble's coming to tell you about verticals. I'll put it up there. I'll make it big for you again. Look there, Blue. Blue versus Betty. Oh, sorry. Blue and Wally versus Betty.
Ooh, yeah.
They needed to do another one about density.
Mean density of the Earth.
Schehallien. They dangled a plumb bob by the side of a mountain to work out the density of the Earth. Come on, Betty. You're a logician. Wow.
Oh, yeah, okay. Now it's good. This is dialysis. Two truths.
Mm-hmm. So it pulled it out of true plum. So the plumb bob wasn't true plum. And how did they work out it wasn't true plum? Was it bent, like Wally says, or has Wally got that wrong? The plumb line won't be plumb, but it will still be straight.
We know it. We know that the plum wasn't true plum because it was a hypotenuse. Is that what he's saying?
Plum. You get a plumb bob, and he's not. Hey, this plumb bob isn't plumb. How do you know? Mountain. There's a mountain there.
Oh yeah, obviously there's a mountain. What was I thinking? Even asking the question, right? Oh, thank you, Wally.
Yeah. Yes, Blue. Obviously. I can't understand why plumb bobs wouldn't be plumb because of Scottish mountains. What's it made out of, the Scottish mountain?
What's the plumb bob made out of?
It's fantastic. Blue, you're not going with that one as well. You've already got gas in a pipe. A containerless gas in a pipe as a container to explain a containerless thing. Yeah. And now, then you've got seismometrish. And now you're going to go with the density of the Earth being checked by people dangling plumb bobs by the side of mountains. Can you imagine that? I don't know if you know much about Scots people, but like what are you doing, lads? We're just checking the density of the Earth with a plumb bob. Yep. How do you do that? Well, we dangle a plumb bob and then we look at a light in the sky.
You dangle what?
Dangle a plumb bob and then look at the lights in the sky. And maybe in a century's time or so, you might get an Australian saying that this bends.
You've had one too many pints, mate.
That's not Scottish.
Oh shit, I get them confused. But you get the point, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it was Scottish, Australian, whatever, they would think you're nuts. They might even ask you to step away from them.
Yeah, so you've definitely got to be model afflicted to try and work that. If you can't logic what a group of guys, I mean, do you think that ever happened? I mean, I bet they got paid a lot.
Just put them side by side with someone that thinks level is horizontal and water doesn't curve and get a group of people to look at them. Okay. A, he thinks a plumb bob next to a mountain is bent and water curves. The other guy, B, thinks that level is horizontal and water doesn't curve. A or B is more crazy.
Oh my lord.
Now,
Have you just read what he wrote in the chat right now? Baby did. Oh my lord.
Wow. Every horizontal is parallel to some vertical. Is he writing this so we get to read it out? Because he's quoting it. Is that your quote, Betty? That sounds like yours.
Yeah, I just putting it in quotation marks so we can hide behind it. No, I just copy pasted that from somewhere.
I think that's Betty's quote.
I think so.
I think he's done that.
You think
be able
double
to tell.
checked it?
Be able to tell by how many other globers use it.
If he thinks that that is valid logic, then surely he's a paralogist. Or, if he knows it's ridiculous, he's just a sophist.
Betty, are you a sophist or a paralogist? We definitely know Wally's a paralogist. Note the placement of the quote marks, idiots. Whose quote, Betty? Your quote? Who said it? Betty, put a name there. Put your name to it. Who's the person who quoted that? You're quoting everything. I know I have never said that. That must be your quote, Betty.
Yeah, is that a full and complete statement, that, baby, from you? Starting with every horizontal, ending with every horizontal behind quotation marks.
It's sad, Betty. Hiding behind quote marks and quoting people, but then not putting names of who you are quoting. It sort of sounds familiar from back in the day in the Twitter, where people just quote shite and expect shadow giants, like people to be fooled into thinking these are quotes from shadow giants.
See, again, now it makes me wonder, because now he stated it again. Is that to imply then that, no, this is definitely you saying it, baby?
No, he said there, look, you still aren't understanding the use of quote marks in logic. Quote marks are things that are people said. Betty. unless you want to come up with new ideas of why the quote marks are used in logic. Tell us what it means.
Yeah, or answer the question, right? Either would do.
He says you identify the proposition through quote marks. So is that every time you quote anything, that's what you're doing, Betty? You're identifying a proposition. And what you're doing with it, you're just propositioning things.
Yeah, but see right there, he made a statement. No quote marks.
Mm-hmm. No, quote marks are not necessarily, again, weasel words.
Does that mean quote marks necessarily are?
Yeah. When are they quote marks and when aren't they quote marks? Betty, are you making it clear when you're saying one thing or when you're not saying one thing? When one thing's a proposition, when it's a quote? Where's the difference, Betty?
Have to go. Can't be pinned down to the stupid shit I just said, so bye guys.
Yeah.
Wally understands. Yeah.
Yeah.
So does Baby apparently, right?
Wally and Betty.
The paralogist and the sophist out for a walk tonight. Yeah, that's the beauty of it, baby. You can always default to Wally. Because he's a paralogist, he'll argue forever. But you don't actually want to be pinned down to the stupid shit, so you just hand it over to him.
Yeah. Follow the chat now, right? So anybody wants to see how it works and how the globe obfuscation works and the non-arguments are rife and the paralogisms.
If they team up, those two, would that make him parasophists?
3.
3?
Blue's coming. Blue ops in full effect.
Wow.
I think Wally's allowed in there. He might not be streaming. You're not streaming tonight, Blue? It's Tuesday. Did he stream last night? Is he... Rumpus. No, Rumpus was over here. He couldn't have streamed without his second man, Rumpus. So good to see you over here, guys. Thanks for coming. And Betty, anytime you want to do the globe logic thing, we'll listen into it eagerly. I'd love to see you guys being taught some logic by Betty. Especially the globe logic.
Yeah, especially the globe logic. It would be rather selfish to keep it a private video. I mean, you're talking for 96%, was it, Rumpus said?
96 Rumpus, Wally, 99.99%.
Ooh.
Wally commands more. He's a number 2, you know, Wally.
Ah. He includes all the paralogists and all of these people, and it just...
I bet Wally even includes Rumpus.
For sure, yeah.
In his group. Wally can speak for Rumpus and everybody. Dangerous person to have talking for you, speaking for you. Wally. Bending. They seem to have forgot. I'll put it up on the screen again. In case they didn't notice it. It says bend.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that Wally is saying that because he's also big on the perpendicular to the circle argument.
Yeah.
But now he is even bending the vertical.
Yeah, that is impossible. And could it be the bending of the vertical that in his model makes horizontals not perpendicular? Because it would depend on the bend of the vertical as to which way the horizontals go, right?
Yeah, right, but like at which position? At the vertical. If it's bent. Well, they're all just horizontal, are they? Even though they can't be perpendicular. What are you gonna do with bent lines? You have no angles anymore.
Verticals. I mean, necessarily, right? If you bend a vertical, then those verticals have to meet, right? Up top somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't be diverging. They must be converging, right?
Yeah, if that's the case, yeah.
That's a big problem for the globe model.
So they do actually want the triangle to form on both sides of the line.
Oh yeah,
and,
sorry, they do, yeah.
And parallel. They want the lines to also be parallel at the same time.
Usually straight.
Bending verticals.
Slightly. Slightly. You know, a qualifier of slightly towards the mountain.
Slightly, yeah, slightly bent.
But where? Do you like slightly bent at the bottom? Or
Uniformly,
bending at the top?
Like if the mountain is squiggly, then will the line be squiggly?
It's not even worth thinking about, is it? Like the fact that a horizontal might bend. I mean, that's ridiculous.
It's so crazy. Everybody knows horizontal is horizontal, straight line, they're all parallel. Ask anyone, right? Go in reality. I'm sure you've talked about this tonight already. Go and ask anyone about the water, the level, the horizontal.
Yeah.
Personal challenge to anyone. Just ask one person.
Yeah, Wally's just come back with one. It says, of course, if a plumb line is slightly skewed. Is skewed? I don't think that's bent, is it? Skewed.
No, that's a straight line. Like a slope.
Yeah, changing your definition, Wally. It's on screen. It says bend. Bend here. Bend. Not skewed. Was that a wrong word? Do you want to put in the chat, Wally, about whether you think it's real or not? Whether it's skewed or bent? Are you taking it back? Is it because Blues come and told you?
Mm-hmm. Oh shit, Blue is the... Oh, I gotta get on the side of Blue. Is that okay to do though, Wally, right in the middle of a discussion? Just change the definition willy-nilly.
Yeah, it's not about numbers, Blue. It's all about quality of the people listening. And you're here. That's what's important. Doesn't matter how many people. I mean, you were doing your show, weren't you? Thanks for being here, Blue. And I'm glad you're getting some good numbers. Has he already done his show earlier? Nice. Keeping your hours in. I might have to have a look at that, see what it was that you were talking about. Was it anything interesting? What was your topic tonight, Blue? It wasn't us, was it? I hope not.
Blue and Wally, are they both here in the YouTube chat now? Come into Discord, guys.
Uh-oh, he's put it in capitals, Wally. We might have started something here. Bev, of course, if a plumb line is slightly bent, then the horizontal planes with a plane P-L-A-I-N-S to that line at different elevations will not be parallel. So horizontals to the same vertical won't be parallel, says Wally. But that does mean that they could be parallel to another on their model somewhere else. That's not allowed, Wally. What a mess. What a mess the globe's got itself into with people like Wally in out there. That was good, that. Does somebody want to have a word with Wally? We're somebody on the globe side. We're trying to do a training exercise here. We're trying to get the globe side sorted out with solid arguments that actually work. And
oh yeah, that's gonna be tricky. The trivium. Shout out to Raven. The grammar, guys. The words horizontal, vertical, perpendicular. You're gonna have to sort this thing out.
He's wrote it again. If a parallel, yeah. Again. Gets strange. I mean, Wally is the gift that just keeps on giving. I don't know why Nathan didn't let him come up with his stolen concept fallacy. It's a little bit advanced, but I think people are ready to get it, Wally. If you put it out there, they'll understand. They will.
Exceptions to the rules, he says. You must understand.
For vertical.
Yep.
Yeah, there is no exceptions to the law of identity for things like vertical and horizontal. Yes,
Dances
Tommy.
with mountains. Good one, FPV. Dances with plumb bobs.
Tommy's wrote, he's put in the chat there. Good to see that the people are noticing this. Says, this has to be deliberate obfuscating, piss-taking for the sake of being a nuisance. Yes. That's all the globe argument is. These guys just haven't started with ad homs or anything like that yet.
I wonder, is it just that mountain? Because I got a lot of mountains here near me.
No, just Scottish mountains. No, you need a Scottish mountain in order to do this.
I'm at 11.
No, you don't understand. It's a mean density. You have to do many mountains. The more, the better.
No, just one.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, then no problem. Then, yeah.
I think whereas Wally said they've done it again just recently. This time, not with plumb bobs, pendulums. He swung them a bit. Because that'd obviously help, wouldn't it? You'd be able to tell the bend. The bend changed as it was swinging or something. I don't know.
I think it increases the swing when it's next to that mountain.
Wow.
Like they're delusional, man. Sheer delusion.
Here's something to come at. Right, Wally's going. He's working on a very special project for Nathan Oakley. Measuring angles to curves. Wally's doing that. Groundbreaking stuff. The equipotential angle of adjustment angles. Wally is going to do. See if you can do the vertical curve as well. To level. See if you can a vertical curve angle.
Yeah, definitely. And see if you can like do this in reality, please, because I want to know the tool you're using specifically.
Yeah, we want to be able to see the method to be able to implement the measurements, distances needed, all of that sort of stuff, and then we can see whether we can replicate it.
Yeah, do it like Rumpus, right? You do this whole trailer for it and everything. Write
Yeah.
up a logical progression from what your understanding is, what you're setting out to do, and how you're going to prove your premise. That would be amazing.
Did you see what he wrote? They searched all of Scotland apparently to find the best standalone mountain.
Regular, large, regular, all alone mountain, solitary mountain.
Yeah.
Search the
Has to
whole
be
of
lonely.
Scotland. Yeah. Oh, look at that mountain. That's perfect for us.
I don't know. I think I seen one down there that looks a little bit better. Shall we have a look?
Of all of the things, I've never imagined that. Like, I think I've seen a picture somewhere, and it didn't look like it was on its own. But who would I be to know that? Wally might know more about mountains and bendy plumb bobs.
But what's so special about this mountain?
You can
Do you
measure
know,
the
Wally?
density of the Earth with it. It's competition. It was Cavendish and Schehalian. Like when, let's measure the density of the Earth. Okay, challenge on. Cavendish went for his balls. Don't know whether he mentioned any earthquakes. Do you reckon you could have a plumb bob earthquake detector?
Oh, yeah.
There's not many earthquakes in Scotland, though, that I'm aware
But
of.
why Scotland? I mean, they had the colonies, right? They had Canada. We got huge mountains here. What's so special about that one?
I don't know.
They could have searched wide, far and wide. They had Africa, Canada. Why that mountain?
They're, I not to say it's like a thing, but they're a bit, let's say, cheap in Scotland. I don't want to say that. But, I mean, they could, obviously, were funded, and they'll go, what can we do? Well, we could spend half of our money and go to Hawaii or Canada or somewhere like that. And they went, nah, let's save our money. We'll find one in Scotland somewhere.
Are you saying the Scottish pinchy?
Yeah. Yeah, they know it. They, you know, they're proud of it.
I hope my friend Ali is not listening.
I'd see. I'd have thought you'd have wanted a mountain with like a steep face, because then you could get, you know, right into the heart of it. But I mean, who knows? You could always try dangling it at 45 degrees, couldn't you? Seeing whether you could.
You could try, yeah.
You'd need a pretty big mountain to be able to get your plumb bob at 45 degrees.
Yeah, but which way does it bend? That's a mystery to me now.
Well, towards the mountain, of course.
Yeah, how steep the curve, though, right?
Yeah, but it's a steep vertical cliff. What's going on?
Well, I'm sure all the gravity amasses to one point.
But the line, see?
The line's bent.
It makes no sense.
It's not
I
meant to
know.
make any sense. This is globe logic.
This is paralogic.
Yeah, I think they've took Wally off. Wally, we can't have you saying that stupid shit. I mean, some globe shit is, you know, but don't say that plumb bobs bend. That's crazy. Not even serious globers say that shit. Even though it's pictures of it in surveying textbooks, right? They don't tend to notice that or tell you about it.
I wonder, do they have like a competition in Globetardia? Who will come up with the craziest saying of the week?
FPV. Gravity's stronger in Scotland, that's why they wear kilts. Because the pants keep getting pulled down. I knew it was something,
yeah. Shame on you guys. I like the Scottish.
Yeah. Well, then we've got special mountains that can bend plumb bobs and bend plumb lines in Scotland. I mean, it'd be worth visiting.
I was thinking earlier that mountain should be fenced in. Like in Paris, they have these standards, right? The meter, the kilogram. This is the mountain we used to measure the density of the earth. Fenced in with a little plaque on the side, yeah.
They didn't use the mountain. They used the plumb bob.
Put that in like a little glass canister holster thingy. Outside.
Mm.
Oh, like the Mona Lisa is inside? The little glass, I don't know what you call that thing.
With an arrow pointing to a light in the sky. Light should be here.
You put the tube. Look through one end.
Can you imagine when they were there? They found the perfect mountain, right? All alone. This is it now. Okay, so they hang their plumb bob. So what does one guy say to the other? Like, so how are we gonna see if it's off from plumb? And the other guy goes, I know. Let's look up in the star and reference it to that star there.
Yeah, that star should be there. If this plum was plum, that star should be there. That star isn't there. Therefore, bearing in mind, this guy's in Scotland.
Uh-huh.
All of the stars are going to be moving, aren't they? Constantly.
Uh-huh. Except one, maybe. You think they chose that one?
You'd never get a plumb bob to point to Polaris, would you?
I don't think so.
So there's literally no logical way that they could have ever done this. They might have had to use the magic book, right? At this time, if we were holding a plumb bob, then this light in the sky should be directly above our heads. And look, the tool that we've got to measure where the light is can't find that light in the right place. Could it be an adjustment error of the people measuring it? Possibly. How do you know that the plumb bob from the bottom to the top is the same vertical as the measurement device that you're doing optically to look up there to the light in the sky?
Well, in their model, it cannot be. Cannot be. Because in their model, from the top of the plumb line and the bottom of the plumb line, there's a difference the higher you go.
Not Betty, sorry. Wally says it bends.
Yeah, that's in that special case, but anywhere else, they'll tell you. Their plumb bobs hang like a bicycle wheel. You know, there's a different kind of a plumb. It's not, it's not down. It's to the center of the earth.
The differing angles of down. Quoted
Differing
by Rumpus.
angles. Yep.
So all of the verticals have a different angle when you're measuring a vertical to a vertical?
Yeah. In other words, if I hang a plumb bob here and one 10 feet away, they're not parallel. You might think they're parallel, but they're not.
On the model.
In their model, yes, in their fantasy model.
But mathematically and geometrically, yes, they are parallel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a strange concept that you have to get around and think about. It is a strange concept. Right, it's midnight. 4 hours. Good show. I like the logic nights. And I like the idea of us discussing logic like this. If anybody from the Globe side wants to come in and discuss logic, we know you can't. So don't even bother trying. But it'd be good for a laugh. Tomorrow, I think Ravens has got something ready. If he hasn't, it doesn't matter. It's hump day. We're going to be going over some sort of logical argument. While he's measuring plumb bobs again. 2 degrees difference between his verticals. So, yeah, Wally's got 2 plumb bobs, and he's got a degree difference between both the horizontals of near 3 degrees, is it? Oh, 2.5 degrees.
Yeah, Wally, we know your model. Don't think we don't know your model. I bet you like the picture I posted in the live chat. I always get compliments from ballers on that one. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what I'm saying, they tell me. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we've got some people in the chat that said that they can't come and talk logic to us. We know that. It's hard. It's hard, but the people that can come and talk about logic, they're the people that I'm talking to, not the people that know that they can't talk logic. There's no use. If you know you can't talk logic and you're not willing to try and accept a conversation where we do use logic, don't bother coming. It's easy. So, anybody want any final words for tonight? I'll queue up a Buster ready. Triangle axiom, I think. You don't understand. For everybody that doesn't understand logic.
Like my meme, Wally?
Oh, is it? Yeah. 4:20 tomorrow, isn't it? Well, it's 24 in the UK. But yeah. Thanks, Goldie. It's just turned 4:20 for us in the UK, so I would imagine that most of the day to us. Okay. So we'll see you tomorrow, 4:20 hump day. Hopefully Ravens is going to be starting the beginning of Organon and back to classifications, first four. This is going to require massive input from everyone to try and go over this, because it is the fundamentals of words and the understanding of words, and it does start off slow, but the more we discuss about it, the clearer it should get, and hopefully we can point out some more flaws in other people's thinkings, and hopefully somebody can come in and point out some of our flaws rather than just talking shit in the chat. Come in and have a discussion. Is that okay for everybody? Anybody got anything they want to say? Oh, I'm going to put Buster on and then say thank you, everybody.
Final words of wisdom from Wally. Get this, people. One man's vertical can be another man's horizontal.
Yes. Yes. That was one of the first quotes from Twitter. That shout out to the Model Afflicted. We wouldn't be here without you, so thanks for doing that. And tomorrow we are going to return hump day, talking about words and the meaning of words, the identity of subjects, to lay down a first bit. This is where the globe model fears the identity of words and Satan things. So join us for that, and we'll see you tomorrow. Ending up world's famous Buster.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel, because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
Sorry, a separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the postulate first. You call it the triangle last time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
You don't understand. Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question. You don't understand. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Thank you, Mike. You just on your own. Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because it's got just about a triangle,
So,
yeah.
The question is, why did you include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom. That postulate.
I do, yeah.
Axiom. Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or some are two right angles.
You know? So
Later
you're saying...
changed to 180.
How does it show? Be quiet. Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can...
Oh, you can prove it?
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have... You call it the triangle axiom. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need... For fuck's sake. I'm sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. You call it the triangle axiom. You don't understand. I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet. It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You know? You just on your own. For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be just as I suggested. You just sort of get a horizontal plane. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. Thank you, Mike. Though, that's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah, but not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 will do the job for you. And look, Bev, I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulate's there, and you have explained that. You have explained that. Not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. Be quiet. You just on your own.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you.
No logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Be quiet. But not on the globe. Well, it's an assumption.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry. For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he could prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axiom.
What, that he couldn't prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it the triangle axiom. Triangle axiom. Is it self-evident or not? Huge debate.
Weird times, buddy.
Thank you, Mike.
Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. Does not follow. It doesn't work. Not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. You can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane, right? Thank you, Mike. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake.
You don't understand.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah. Because he's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle. That's postulate or axiom. Why did he include that at all? Thank you, Mike.
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
Not on the globe. You're saying, for fuck's sake. How does it show? How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that. But why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
You call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Yourself, not something to be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line not on the globe must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, but not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw
not on the
cross on a piece of paper, are you?
Thank you, Mike.
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself, not something to be quiet.
point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axis. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axis from the preceding thought. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. But not on the globe pipe. You call it the triangle axis. But not on the globe pipe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
Just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
But not on the globe, you know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly, but not on the globe. Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool is a horizontal plane. Establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Right? It's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem.